Cafe. Broken cups and the creak of chairs, eavesdropping souls with their guilty stares. The smell of fear mixed with burnt decay, justice whispers in the True Crime Cafe. Heavy bass line thumping through the night, drumbeat mirrors the pulse of fright. No escape from the games they play. You're a prisoner in the True Crime Cafe. Blood on the pages, tales they weave. Behind the counter, what to believe. Eyes dart, left hands don't stay. Truth's a weapon in the True Crime Cafe. Cafe. Heavy bass line thumping through the night, drumbeat mirrors the pulse of fright. No escape from the games they play. You're a prisoner in the True Crime Cafe. Stains on the linoleum floor, echoes of whispers from the night before. Shadows crawl where the light won't stay. Dark stories told in the True Crime Cafe. Yeah. A knife edge glance from across the room. Heavy air like a ticking doom. Secrets traded in a smoky haze. Lives unraveled in the True Crime Cafe. A weapon in the True Crime Cafe. Yeah. Broken cups and the creak of chairs, eavesdropping souls with their guilty stares. The smell of fear mixed with burnt decay, justice whispers in the True Crime Cafe. Heavy bass line thumping through. True Crime Cafe. Blood on the pages, tales they weave. Behind the counter, what to believe. Eyes dart, left hands don't stay. Truth's a weapon in the True Crime Cafe. Yeah. Cafe. Heavy bass line thumping through the night. Drum beat mirrors the pulse of fright. No escape from the games they play. You're a prisoner in the true crime cafe. Stains on the linoleum floor, echoes of whispers from the night before. Shadows crawl where the light won't stay. Dark stories told in the true crime cafe. Yeah. A knife edge glance from across the room. Heavy air like a ticking doom. Secrets traded in a smoky haze. Lives unraveled in the true crime cafe. The true crime cafe. Yeah. Broken cups and the creak of chairs, eavesdropping souls with their guilty stares. The smell of fear mixed with burnt decay. Justice whispers in the true crime cafe. True crime cafe. Blood on the pages, tales they weave. Behind the counter, what to believe. Eyes dark, left hands don't stay. Truth's a weapon in the true crime cafe. Cafe. Heavy bass line thumping through the night. Drum beat mirrors the pulse of fright. No escape from the games they play. You're a prisoner in the true crime cafe. echoes of whispers from the night before. Shadows crawl where the light won't stay. Dark stories told in the True Crime Cafe. Edge glance from across the room. Heavy air like a ticking doom. Secrets traded in a smoky haze. Lives unraveled in the True Crime Cafe. Blood on the pages, tales they weave. Behind the counter, what to believe. Eyes don't left, hands don't stay. Truth's a weapon in the True Crime Cafe. Broken cups and the creak of chairs, eavesdropping souls with their guilty stares. The smell of fear mixed with burnt decay. Justice whispers in the True Crime Cafe. Heavy bassline thumping through the night. Drumbeat mirrors the pulse of fright. No escape from the games they play. You're a prisoner in the True Crime Cafe.
Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you back here at the cafe. Thank you for joining us tonight. Back to what we're doing, guys. Checking out some more of these videos, body cams, photo dumps, and discussing, at least most importantly, everything going on with this crazy-ass case, folks. So welcome back. Thank you, guys. Once again for joining us, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button and share this out, everyone, please, and thank you. We don't want nobody to miss this. And if you haven't yet subscribed, please do that. Hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss nothing we do. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to my mods for being here. As always, guys. And you know what comes next. So here we go. Here we go. Let's do this thing.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup It's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the grave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the True Crime Cafe.
All right. Welcome back, guys. Great to see you here again today. 2 for 1. I get to spend that much time with you guys. I love it. I appreciate you so very much. Please make sure to hit that like button on your way through the door. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. And please get seated. Get comfortable. We're going to go through some stuff tonight. That's for sure. And thank you again, guys, for joining me for the earlier show. I do appreciate that so very much, guys. So come on in, share it out, hit the like button. Let's get this thing moving. Come on in, guys. Great to see everybody tonight. Happy Saturday night. Hope you're all having a great night. Welcome to the mods. Let's see. We got Miss Tandy in the house. Meg P, the Megastar. Welcome back, Meg. Beach Babe, great to see you. Welcome back, Scotty. Great to see you, brother. Eddie's back in the house. Good to see you tonight, bro. Good to see you. So happy to have you back. Let me see here, as well as let's see. Cat K, welcome back to you. Kelly Land, Busy's visiting around again. Welcome. Great to see you as well. Let's see. Angel D, my favorite Aussie. Welcome back to you. Let's see. No problem, Kelly. C Jag, welcome back. Miss Taylor's in the house tonight. Kelly Land dropping a $3 super sticker already. That is awesome. Thank you so much for that, Kelly. God bless. Do appreciate you so much. I guess I gotta fix this thing too. We'll go with that. Okay. Thank you again, Kelly. It was so very generous of you. So much appreciated. Lisa Hawkins, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Aquarian, welcome back to you. Michelle Weddle, great to see you tonight as well. Senior Wazowski, great to have you back, my friend. In Stitches, welcome back. The Tomboys in the house, hello. Great to see you. In Stitches, Meg P, the Mega Store. Stuart Jones, welcome back to you. Good day, mate. Sorry, guys. Busy's back in the house. Yes, I saw you, Lisa Hawk. Okay, come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Oh, yeah. Come on in. Mittens for Kittens, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Gianna Gambino, welcome back to you. Gotcha, C-Jag. 41 peeps in the house. 38 likes. We're getting there. That is for sure. Good evening to you, Miss Gianna. Let's see here. $39 peeps. Okay. We just did sandwiches tonight, Lisa. It was a kind of fend for yourself thing. We just threw sandwiches together. Nothing special. Nothing special. Let's see here. Again, guys, please share this out. Let everybody know we're doing it here tonight. And hit that like button if you have not yet done it. Let's try to get this in that algorithm. Please and thank you. Miss Paula, the positive one. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight, Miss Paula. Appreciate you so very much. Let's see. Eddie, the link is pinned. If you want to jump up, brother, you're welcome to at any time you want to. Or maybe it isn't pinned. Hold on. Maybe not. Nope, it's not. Hold on. Now it is. Okay, sorry, Eddie. I thought I did that already, but I guess I didn't. Mr. Bra Guy's in the house. Brian Rambles, welcome back. Charm Free, great to see you. That's a topic of contention as well. Charm Free, we talked about that. Yes, I think it's an issue. Great to see you. My Bra Guy's in the house. Always happy to have you here, Brian. Scully's in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you tonight. Thanks for joining us. 42 peeps, 39 likes. Thank you guys so much for being here again. I do appreciate each and every one of you so very much. Great to see you all. Again, Gianna, thank you earlier for the Cash App. That is definitely never expected, but greatly appreciated. Like she said, they don't get a percentage of the Cash App, Venmo, or the PayPal stuff, folks. That goes directly to me instead of the 47% that YouTube likes to take. So anybody that is interested in supporting the channel in that sense, please feel free via Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. It is definitely helpful, and it helps to pay the bills to keep the channel going. So thank you for that. Blackhawk, welcome back, my friend. Great to see ya. Eddie, welcome, brother. Good to see you tonight.
It's good to see you again.
Yes, long time no see, right?
Right.
I'm glad to have you back on this one. We're going to be having a discussion tonight, guys, in regards to a statement or a conversation piece we had before on this, kind of cleaning that up some with what Eddie and I were talking about in regards to this. The talk and possibilities of other cameras in this area that we're picking things up that we're not been given nor been told about. So that's definitely, again, a topic of contention that we've been talking about, along with the other stuff. Kind of a mixed matter of different things we're discussing, as well as this specific topic that Eddie is pointing out that he's going to be basically discussing tonight. I'm joining him for. So, again, wonderful to have you all here. Siggy and Mike, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Cat K's in the house. Senor Wazowski. It's great to know now that we have a retired police officer in the community that can help us with certain topics that we get stuck on from time to time. I do appreciate that. And appreciate you being here, Senor. Again, that had to have been rough. Baltimore City is not a joke. So God bless you, my friend. That's rough. But thank you for your service. Angel D. Lucci, you got some splaining to do. Welcome back, Lucy. Good to see you, dear. I love Lucy. The cat lady's in the house. There she is. Welcome back. Great to have you. I had to do some things, guys. The boss lady came home and said, honey, 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 or honeydew, honeydew, honeydew. So I did them all. It is still Halloween decoration time, so we had to spread as stupid as this is, we had to spread a fake cobweb all over my front porch. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, folks, where I live at, our real cobwebs are just as bad, if not worse. So I told her, I said, you do understand now. We just spread this all over my porch, okay? I said, you understand that they're probably going to, like, move into this cobweb thinking it's theirs and probably, like, really overdo it. So I hope you're ready first, because she likes sitting on the front porch in the evenings. We both do. I said, I hope you're ready for all the extra spiders that are going to show up now. She's like, what? I said, just wait. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, we don't need them here either, Angel. That's the thing. But she's got a giant glow-in-the-dark spider thing that's part of our decorations. We have so many Halloween decorations. We've been collecting them for like 30 years, and she puts them all out every year, and that's what she's been doing. So, Mittens, good to see you. Typically unique. Good to see you. I'm putting tombstones out for the night. Right. There you go. See? There you go. Good stuff. Angel D. Kelly Land. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying, Tandy. We have big ones, folks. Big ones. Like funnel weavers and orb weavers and whatever the fuck they're called. These big, giant. They're bad. That's all I'm saying is they're bad. They're so bad I don't even like to go outside at night. And they only come out at night. I'm just letting you know. It's like as soon as the sun drops, pink, they're all there. Like instantly. It's crazy. You cannot sit on my friend. They go up and down in their little webs above our heads on the ceiling, coming up and down. And I have to go up there probably at least once a week around this time of year and pressure wash my front porch to make sure I get all their egg sacs and shit out, because they drop them all right there in the inside of the. It's bad. It's so bad. I hate them. I do hate them. Hate them. Hate them. Yeah, Australia and their spiders. More power to you guys that live there. I don't know how you do it. Like I said, my friend Lisa is from Australia. I think Victoria. And she was live one time with us here and had one on the corner of her monitor, folks. And I'm not lying to you when I tell you it was this big. No bullshit. It crawled up the back of her monitor and was sitting on the corner, and like she scared the shit out of me when she jumped. And she's used to that, she said. That big, guys? No. Something coming. I'm burning my house down. I told you before. I will burn my house down, take a clean pair of undies with me, and out the door I go. I'm done. We had the brown recluse too, Kelly. I got bit by one last, when was that, you guys? I got bit on my leg, and I caught it quick enough that it was okay. Well, I'd rather have the other bugs, Taylor. Spider crickets, those are creepy, yes. See, Jack, good to see you. Trap door spiders, wolf spiders. Our wolf spiders are big out here. They're about that big out in the back, yeah. Lots of them. The funnel weavers, all of that shit. No way. I found them behind my garage right now. I have my garage, then I have my shed, then I have my barn behind that. On the back of my garage, there's a web that's probably about that big around that was woven by one of them funnel weaver things, and they're living inside that. We sprayed it down, ripped it apart. I mean, they don't care. They come back the next day. It's crazy. I hate spiders more than anything on the planet, folks. I hate spiders, period. Snakes don't bug me. I got snakes all over the place here. So that's the joys of living. If you want the peace of living in a country rural area, you got to take one with the other, I guess, you know? Yes, I've seen camel spiders. Not around here, thank God. I don't want nothing to do with them ones. No. My friend, years ago, brought some pictures back. He was over in Saudi Arabia in the military. Woof. Them things are like small dogs over there, folks. Big. Snakes don't bug me either. Now, if you get, something that we don't have around here, an anaconda or some shit like that, no, we're good. I don't need that kind of stuff around me. But we got garter snakes, black snakes. We got riverbed rattlers. I can deal with all that stuff. A lot of times I run them over with my mower, not even realizing. They don't bug me as much. The spiders, they freak me out. Your nurse has 6 camel spiders? Is that what you're saying? Jesus. What's the matter, Brian? Is it freaking you out? I'm sorry. They are gross. They are gross. I don't typically, I mean, I'm not going to go grab a snake or play with a snake. I'm not a fan of snakes, but they don't bug me like the other things do. Dogs and cats and things like that, I'm good with. Anything else, just leave me alone. Oh, and here comes Mama Bear thinking she's funny with her spider chat thing. She loves doing this to me because she knows I hate them. Hello, Mama Bear. Good to see you. Death Valley Tigers in the house. Good to see you. Yeah, well, they can keep it. All right, let me see here. 56 peeps in the house. 46 likes. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Good to see you, Mama Bear. We miss you. No, I don't do that, Brian. Are you crazy? That's nuts. He can keep that. Why would anybody want that? That's nuts. Them Huntsman things are insane. Welcome, Cat Lover. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Holy Moses. What is going on now? The Mama Bear's up here with us.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello, Mama Bear.
Hi, Eddie. I'm hanging in there.
You're hanging in there?
Yep, hanging in there.
Working your brains out?
Not too bad yet.
I haven't seen you in a few days.
That's because usually the days I do have off, I'm either helping the kids with schoolwork or just chilling because it's my day off, and so.
Sure. Deserved, well deserved. How's everything going? You know, all the new stuff that's been going on?
It's about the same.
Good.
I mean, not great, but it could be worse. We'll see.
Sure. Everything could be worse. That's true. I have definitely missed seeing you, having you here. I'm sure most of them have as well. You're hiding from your kids. I've done that before. As long as you're not working your life away and everybody's good to go and everything.
No, not yet. I did tell him that I needed full-time hours now that my husband doesn't have a job. So,
are they going to give you that?
yeah.
How's he doing with that, or how are you doing with that?
Yesterday was his last day, so we haven't really gotten.
It hasn't really happened yet.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh boy.
The house still hasn't sold. Only had 2 showings.
Are you guys still looking at other places, or?
Yeah, we're looking all over the state of Indiana. There's one that's close. Actually, a couple we found that are close to the Indiana-Ohio border.
Oh, okay. Maybe we'll be neighbors soon.
Maybe.
But you're with Walgreens, so you can transfer pretty much anywhere. But you're looking to transfer, probably even to move to CVS to transfer or go
probably.
Yeah.
It depends because Walgreens has shut down so many places even before they did the buyout. So it just depends. If there's a Walgreens in that area, it'd be easier just to transfer. But I'm going to try to get my license before that happens. And that way, if there's not a Walgreens, then I can just go wherever.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Hey, Debbie Clark, welcome back to you. Well, that's hopefully that works out the way it's supposed to, Mama Bear.
Yeah, we've been through things before, and we've always come out in a good place. So
Well,
no
good.
reason to think it wouldn't this time. It's just, I guess, now the market's starting to shift in the direction that we don't want it to go. So
Oh,
we may have to look at like commercial companies to do like a cash buyout as is kind of thing.
Mm. No.
that sucks.
Yeah, so we'll see. We just lowered it again. So I think it's been on the market a month-ish.
Wow.
And so we've
Here.
dropped it 25,000.
Jesus, you shouldn't have to do that. Did you jump it like when you first put it up? Did you put it way above?
Not way above. It was about, so where it's at now is what my husband was thinking.
Right.
And the realtor thought it would go with the other price, the higher price. So we were like, well, I guess it'd be better to go higher than too low.
Right.
So we went with it to see what would happen. And we've only had 2 showings. That's it.
Well, it's too bad you guys weren't able to do this right after the pandemic, because you could have probably sold it for,
Right.
Jesus, people were going nuts back then. But I hope it doesn't drop too much for you guys, because you got to be able to get something out of this,
Yeah, exactly.
That's the whole point. Truly. Yeah. Well, you guys are in my thoughts and prayers always with every aspect. So
yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's a spear that's pointed at both ends, though, because it's easy to sell yours because it's a buyer's, or rather a seller's market, so you can
right.
get rid of what you're selling, but you got to move somewhere, and the competition to buy that new somewhere is going to
exactly
be troublesome for you.
Well, they got to find something that's going to fit the whole family, that's going to be economical, that's going to be worth what she's doing. I mean, she's got a beautiful home, guys. Beautiful home. It dropping on it just blows my mind, because I would have thought people would have jumped all over that. But
yeah,
I guess the economy's not, it's true. It's not doing well. Which one of your cats is freaking out right now?
That would actually be one of my children.
Oh, it sounded like one of the cats whining. That was cute.
Echo.
Yeah, agreed.
Either Echo or Lorelei, one of the two.
Gotcha. It sounded like one of your cats freaking out because they couldn't get in again. Buyer's market. Yeah. Crazy stuff, folks. Crazy stuff out there. But like I said, hopefully it all works out, Mama Bear. Always praying for you.
It will. We might have to get us the 10-man tent and live at KOA campground, but
oh Lord,
it's cheaper than a hotel.
Yeah, it is. That's true. That's true.
Be kind of
you were
the winter, but
yeah, that's not going to work too well. Were you guys still looking at that one that was commercialized as well?
We were, but the more we thought about it, being 3 levels, it's just, and we're all just so over this. We just want somewhere that's more ready to move in, and
yeah,
so we can just get on with life instead
move
of
on. Yes, agreed.
Start our next chapter.
Because I mean, you got school kids and things like that, and work and jobs, and everything's kind of got to stand still for a minute to make sure everything's
right. And we have to keep the house not, completely clean, but I mean, easily cleaned up to where if they say, hey, we got a showing in an hour, we got to be able to.
And you can't get comfortable in a house that stays to be sold. Right.
Right.
Yeah, unfortunately. It looks good. It looks great, guys. The picture she sent after she staged it and everything, it looks amazing. But that's not how I could live in a house it just wouldn't be comfortable, because you can't just relax.
Exactly. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem. Welcome, Moonlit. Good to see you tonight. Annie Ruler, welcome back to you. Let me see here. Debbie Clark. I think I saw you. 58 peeps in the house with 52 likes. Welcome, guys. Thank you for being here. Moonbreaker's in the house. Good to see Moonbreaker. Yeah, that's usually what happens there, Tandy. Sometimes you just stop looking and it'll just fall in your lap. That's how I got this house, but it's hard. It is very hard. We just sold one of our houses. 9 hours? My God, Moonlit, that's nuts. That's good. Good for you. Jesus. I don't even know. People going through that stuff, it's rough. It is very rough. Oh, yeah, that's very hard when you got small children, Angel. I agree. To stage a house when you got small ones, forget it. Good luck. Shelby was going to give me a... I don't need anything. I have plenty of firewood, Tandy. Let her know that. It would have been a waste of money because I would have just burnt it. You can't do that. No OSU stuff in this house. Kaka. Crossroads, welcome. Good to see you tonight. It's been a while. You forgot to like, Brian? How could you forget? Come on, buddy. 12K over ask. Good for you. That's awesome, Moonlit. In 9 hours. Damn. You got 12K over your asking price and you sold it in 9 hours. That's insane. Like that. Wow. Congrats. Truly. All right, guys. We got 60 you guys in here right now. 55 likes. We're catching up. Let's try to get this in that algorithm. Make sure to hit the like button, share it out, and let everybody know what we're doing. I guess I'm going to give this over to Eddie to let him. We're going to go with this discussion first, and then we're going to review everything else we were discussing. Eddie, take it, my friend, whatever you want to start with, wherever you want to go.
Yeah, so like you were saying, the other night, and by the way, you'll be pulling this video up. So it's one of your videos from 7 days ago titled Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings Speak.
Oh, gotcha.
And we were watching Jules and her reaction to, this information about what seemed like there ought to be another camera. And are they withholding another camera from that neighborhood from that evening?
Right.
And the discussion turned to how Olivia Goncalves never spoke with the two roommates.
Right.
And I asked Dago, I said, well, wait a second, let's pause right there. How did we get to that? And he says, well, there's this new Brian Enton interview with Olivia. And I said, well, I haven't seen that yet. He says, well, let's take a look at it. So we took a look at it. And then it even got more interesting after that, because I'm like, well, let's flash back, because this seems to be just like a repetition of what we seen in June of 2023 after Christy interviewed or had a phone call or whatever you want to consider it with the Drunk Turkey Show. So really what this is about is, what do we believe and why do we believe it? How quick we are to believe misinformation in this case. So I think it's worth, because it felt like a conversation that was incomplete. So Dago and I discussed, well, it would be interesting to play a couple of these reactions from June of 2023, and we'll see what was said back then about, did the G family, because it's a matter of like semantics. Like if Olivia is saying that she never spoke with the two roommates, then by extension, what's really being said is that the Goncalves family never spoke with the two roommates. I think we can all agree on that. Does that make sense, Dago? Do you agree with that?
It does. It does. To me, it does. Yes, sir.
It's all one and the same. I mean, they're on the same team. They're following the same problem. They're, whether it be their sister or their daughter was murdered, and So if any one of them had spoken with the roommates, it's the same as if they all had spoken. So
Sure.
yeah.
And Lucy
so
agrees with you 100% times 10, Eddie. So yes.
And to watch Jules, and Jules will say it best. I won't speak for her, and I won't belabor the point anymore. If Dag was ready, I have timestamp to pick this up at, and it is on this video. It is at 1 hour and 16 minutes, and we'll play it until 1 hour and 20 minutes. So about a 4-minute little section. So again, 1:16. I'll put it in chat too for you, Daggle.
Gotcha. All right. And again, yes, part of what we did and talked about was in relation to Jules of All Trades, True Crime Reactions. So guys, please make sure you're checking out Jules' channel if you have not. Can we please make sure we have her link in here so people can jump over there, subscribe. Welcome, Miss Jana. Wonderful to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat. God bless, Miss Jana. It's Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones, of course. And thank you for that link too, Tanny. I was reading my mind. Wonderful to have you here, Jana. Guys, please, if you can, hop over to Jana's channel, Getting Justice for her sister, Crystal, and her another horrific, corrupted, police-involved, law enforcement involved, I should say, case that is not... I don't even know how to explain it. You have to see it to know it. I'm going to be doing down the road here, I'm going to be doing a refresh on that one just to put the word back out again, because it still needs to be seen and heard. There still needs to be answers. Luckily, Jenna is finally getting some help with it, but it's still not enough. It's not the truth. It's not the answers. And that's all she wants is truth, just like the rest of us on everything. So please jump over, click that link for Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss anything there to either, guys. So thank you so much. No, so are you, Miss Jana, and thank you so much. God bless. We love you. And there's a link for Jules' channel, guys. Please make sure that if you have not yet subscribed to Jules. I love Jules to death. I have such high respect for her. She puts out a lot of great stuff. She uses her head. We all know that. And I just have a lot of respect. So check out her channel if you have not yet. Again, hit subscribe, notification, and like it up, folks. Like it up.
And again, what we're going to see here again is a review for those who weren't here about a week ago on Dago's show. This is going to kind of bring you to where we're at, what we're talking about. And for those who were here, it'll be like a refresher if you had forgotten.
Absolutely. Real quick, Miss Denise states on a brighter note, her PET scan showed over 70% of the 10mm mass gone. Radiation in me will continue working on shrinking it for 6 more weeks. That is absolutely amazing, Denise. God bless. And I mean, I'm ecstatically happy to hear that. I truly am. Those things make me feel wonderful to hear those kinds of things. And the prayers do work, folks. I'm telling you, because I've been praying for you, Denise, every day. I hope that it keeps happening. So God bless. And awesome. So awesome. Let's see here. Yes, it is absolutely great. Great news. Come on in, everybody. All right, guys. 65 peeps in the house. Please make sure to hit that like button. Mama Bear, are you back?
Yes.
All right. Welcome back, dear. Thank you for being here tonight again with us. For those you didn't know, Mama Bear's up here, her quiet self, but great to have her here. Mama Bear, we're basically, I don't know if you heard what Eddie was saying. We're reviewing something we talked about in a show we did last week or so, and then some other stuff that came out newer with this, so on and so forth. So just give you a heads up. All right, guys, let's check it out.
Arrest that she did see Brian Kohberger there and that she did park next to him, even though interview details in supplement.
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear that okay? Audio wise, Eddie, Mama Bear, everybody in chat, you hear it okay?
It's kind of quiet, but
it's a little quiet for us on panel. I don't know about chat.
I have it blasted, but let me check something. It sounded quiet to me here. That's why I was asking that. Hold on. Let me check down here. Oh, that might have been it right there. Let me see. Maybe this will work out. Okay. If not, guys, you might have to turn up because I have it blasted now. As loud as I can get it on this. We'll see, and hopefully that's enough.
The Lord, gonna blow out my head. I got headphones on. I'll pull them away for a minute.
It shouldn't be too loud, but it wasn't turned down much. Pamela Smith, welcome. Tanel Ray, wonderful to see you tonight as well. Anybody I may have missed, I will catch up with you. It's great to see you. Sweet Melissa, wonderful to have you here. All right, here we go.
104 obviously state the exact opposite. Again, I appreciate your response and attention to this matter. I'm just trying to get to the actual facts, and I'm going off of the ex-lead investigator's own words here. That's all. I don't know what their response is going to be here, because they've already told me that whatever I'm asking for doesn't exist, but I am not going to sit here and believe that whenever this is very direct and very specific verbiage. So there's either one of two things happening here, and this is just my opinion. Either way, they're playing stupid by a technicality, okay? Either Payne is actually lying and there is no footage, but he basically coerced Molly for some reason, you know, Bill Thompson's buddy, he coerced her into believing this is so true, or somehow got her to agree to lie, you know, the same way that they did Payne. Let's not forget what he was going to do with the IGG stuff on the stand. Or there actually is camera footage that faces the 1122 King Road house that shows the front parking area, and it doesn't show what they're trying to tell us that it shows, and they don't want us to know about it. And either way, it's still a lie. There is no way that this footage doesn't exist. And I go back to, which camera was it that Olivia Consalvis came out very early on and stated that they watched the two girls, Maddie and Kaylee, get dropped off right at 156 by Eric Gower?
You have pulled a video seeing the Uber driver dropping them off.
Yes.
You've checked your phone records. You know
Yes.
timestamps, what
Yes.
time they got home. It's not exactly what police are saying, right?
Right. It's not 145.
Kaylee and Maddie were picked up from their home at 1122 King around 10:15. It's about a 5-minute drive down. So they arrived to Corner Club around 10:20, which is different than what was released at 10. We know that Kaylee called for an Uber at 1:45. He arrived at 1:49, got in the car around 1:50. It's about a 5-6 minute drive. They arrived home at 1:56.
And that same camera, they also apparently saw the girls not only go into the house, but then they also see them taking Murphy outside. Now, at the time that this story was told to us, again, almost 3 years ago, I don't know if Olivia and the family knew then that it was not Kaylee and Maddie, because what we've learned is that it's actually Bethany and Maddie. And according to Bethany's recollection, they only went out the backslider with Murphy. She was only out there for maybe 10 seconds or so before she turned around and came back inside, grabbed some snacks, and then apparently went down to her room to watch TV. At some point, she claims that Maddie came down to her room to physically in person ask her if she had Murphy or had seen Murphy, because all of a sudden, Maddie could not find him. And we never get any clarification on when they found him, where he was, what time it was, none of the things. But we also didn't hear anything from the Consalvises about watching them lose Murphy on this footage. So we don't really know exactly what they saw. And like I said, I don't know if they knew before these documents or not that it was actually Bethany and Maddie instead of Kaylee and Maddie, because something else that we recently learned too is that Dylan and Bethany have never responded back to Olivia Consalvis about literally anything. So they wouldn't have heard this information from them. They weren't getting any information really from the police. So I don't know what they've thought this whole time. But I continue to wonder, which camera was that? Is that the camera that they're talking about? Did Steve Consalvis and them know about the DoorDash driver and the vehicle that she drove and all these other things before anyone else, because they had this footage where they corrected the police timeline for the girls getting?
Okay, I think we're
Well, let's not forget, Steve was going to go meet up with Molly at the hotel, the informant that he was threatened not to, or he'd be arrested. So keep that in mind as well, you guys. Remember that. Sorry if that scared anybody. I didn't even realize that was going to be that much louder. So
that's the timestamp, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'll put it in chat. There's one more little section in this video that's necessary to watch.
Okay.
There
Thank
it
you
is.
so much, Jenna. God bless. Yeah,
So really-
144.55, Eddie. Yeah.
Yeah. So really, what the takeaway so far is the lies that we're being told. It has been emphasized, and also, Jules said. So now what we've learned is that the two roommates never spoke with Olivia. So those are the two important pieces. Remember that, because this is kind of like a 3-part series, 3 different videos.
Agreed.
Little
Agreed.
clips from each, and when they all come together, you'll see it.
Absolutely. Again, Jana, thank you so much, my dear. I think that meant that you sent one. If you did, thank you. I really, really appreciate it so very much. I'm telling you, it really helps right now. All right, on we go. Or keep going, right, Eddie?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay. Just making sure I'm hearing it right.
Back. What else is on that footage? What address is this footage coming from? What camera is this? I can't ask them. They don't like me, because let's not forget, I was blocked for all of about 3 days. And then somebody went in and did all the things that somebody has to do on Facebook in order to be unblocked from a page. And that is why I can see everything that they are posting today. So somebody wanted me to see things. That's all I'll say there. Do with that what you will. So I don't know.
And I think that's kind of interesting myself, because she was blocked as am I. Somebody within that family that has access to that unblocked her for whatever reason. They want her to see something, and I'm kind of interested in that too. So we didn't really talk about that before. That's just a little side piece to this, but it's interesting. And Jana, God bless. Thank you so much for the Cash App. You're an angel. I appreciate you so very much, and I'm telling you, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. On we go.
How I will personally be able to ever get that answer. If somebody knows the answer with some sort of verification, that would be super fantabulous. All I know when it comes to referencing anything is that Brat Norton had a screenshot sent to her from Steve Consalvis, but it was only of the 1119 house, so it was from the 1112 camera and had the little pumpkins on it. He used it to tell her that the sounds that they heard in that camera that was closer to King Road were not really matching up with the Linda Lane stuff. And that's still something that we have to go over, because that loud SUV that comes in and the one that leaves on the Linda Lane stuff looks the same, but the time is way off. Something is definitely wrong there. But again, that's something that we still have to dig into. I want to know what you guys are thinking about this little.
There it is. That's the second part.
Okay.
I believe he's live right now, and I will be checking that out after the fact too. So everything she said, I'm 100% on board with, and then some. I agree with her. We've actually talked about some of the stuff that she brought up with that. We've been talking about the camera issue for a while now. It's interesting to know. I forgot about that. I found that out the other day, that Dylan and Bethany have not responded to any requests of any information or conversation that Olivia Gonsalves has requested from them. Gee,
Right.
I wonder why.
Or
Don't you think you would do that, being that you're a family member of a victim of one of your best friends, your roommate? Interesting piece of info, but okay. We'll get to
the other
that.
two I sent
Let's go
you
back to this. Eddie, what are your
evening-
thoughts? Go ahead, bud.
The other two I sent previous evening, yesterday, I believe. The other two.
That ones that you sent me in the email, I still have those. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want me to pull those up?
Yeah. The first one is 6 minutes, 20 seconds long.
Okay. Number one. Give me 1 second here, of course.
I think they're in like chronological order. That would be her first reaction video. I think that was dated June 7th.
Absolutely. 1 second here. Give me 1 second. So whoever sent me the Venmo, God bless. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. You have no idea how this is going to help my bills are coming due right now, actually, to cover this stuff. So you're really helping me out, guys, so very much. Thank you for that. You guys are amazing. Okay, just hold on a minute. All right, so you sent those on the 26th, I believe. Is it titled "I Was Wrong" or is it the other one?
The other one. I think we already did the I Was Wrong.
That's what I thought too. Okay, hold on. I'm confused, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay. Good point.
And it's 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Because there's two of them, I think, that she might say that is confused.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hold on. Oh, shoot. What did I just do? Come on, stupid. All right, so this next one, guys, is one she's referring to the drunk turkey situation, which, again, is...
long time ago.
Way, way long time ago. Hold on, you guys. My wife is watching the Alabama football game in the background. If you hear her yelling, that's why. My apologies.
So the timestamp, 30 seconds to 2:40. It's in the chat.
We're starting at 30 seconds and we're going to 2:40. Gotcha. All right, guys. Yes, Eddie is amazing. Appreciate it. And Mama Bear, any questions with anything so far, Mama Bear? Do you understand everything good? I know you haven't been here for a lot of this, so I just want to make sure you're on step with everything.
Yep, I'm good.
Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, here we go.
Hey guys, this is Jules with True Crime Reactions. Daniel with Drunk Turkey Show just did a live where he was relaying to us the information that he got from Christy Gonsalves. Now, we saw her and Kaylee's father, Steve, making the rounds a lot in the beginning of this case. And then, of course, we know there was some stagnant time there where we didn't hear from the police or the families. Now, after all of the more current movements in the case, we've seen Steve coming out and talking a lot more. But when I tell you my confusion is at an all-time high, I have reached my tolerance threshold of confusion at this point. It's because the information that Daniel is telling us, some of these things coming from Christy are like a complete 180 from some of the stuff that we've already been told. Apparently,
pause real quick. Dago, I just want to confirm, is the total length of this video 6 minutes, 20 seconds or thereabouts, or is it 12:59?
This is the 12:59 one, so this isn't the right
one. We should watch this one last. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I thought I grabbed the right one. That's okay. Let me grab the other one real fast. Sorry.
It's all good.
Hold on a minute here. I think it's this one. This one, I'm more confused now, right? That's the third one, I think.
Yeah.
Hold on. All right, I just wanted to make sure because I also have...
Yeah, because I can't see him in front of me, so I'm...
All right, it's all right. Yep, you're good. And like I said, if it's not, we can fix it. No big deal. Here we go. Eddie, can I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
And if you don't want to answer, just say it. I don't want to answer, but are you Greek?
Greek, no.
No, okay. That's all I need to know. Just curious. I know it's a weird question.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, I might be. I've never done any, genealogy.
Sure. I know it's a weird question. It's just, there's a reason. Don't worry about it. My apologies. Okay, so let's go to 30 seconds here. Yeah, this is the right one now. 6 minutes and 4 seconds. So Start right here. All right, here we go. Good stuff.
But I do find it strange that there are discrepancies in things that are pretty important here. And that wasn't, I mean, we always kind of knew there was problems, right? Obviously, that's why we talk about this case all the time. There's definite freaking problems. But this isn't something that...
Oh, what the hell? Hold on, you guys. I don't know what I just did. Give me a second. Jesus, I'm having so many technical issues tonight. It's not even funny. Let's do this one more time. Jesus. Okay. That there. Now open this here. Oh, that's what I did wrong. Okay. My apologies. I had too many tabs open and it bounced it out. Sorry, you guys. Let's try this again. Okay. One more time.
pretty important here. And that wasn't, I mean, we always kind of knew there was problems, right? Obviously, that's why we talk about this case all the time. There's definite freaking problems. But this isn't something that there should be discrepancies on. There should be no issue with knowing if the surviving roommates talked to the victim's family or not. Now, a lot of people in the comment section, when I posted my reaction video to this interview, stated that, yes, they remembered Steve stating that, but that they didn't think that he stated it in the way that I interpreted it. Well, he did. Listen.
Both girls are talking. You know, they're talking to somebody. One might be talking to me, one might be talking to someone else.
One of them is either talking to me or one of them is talking to somebody else. Whatever. It's the same concept. They're talking to the roommates, according to Steve. But now, according to what Daniel released, Christy is claiming no, that they had not talked to the roommates, that beyond what the PCA states, they know nothing else. So I don't understand why we're getting like different stories from the parents, because they should be a collective unit. Okay. There should not be a yes from him and a no from her. It should be collective. It should be the exact same answer because they are experiencing the exact same things. So that's strange to me. And I know as a parent that I would not be letting these people live in peace until I drilled them enough to get the answers that I wanted. And whenever we hear that they took photos and video of Jack D's body and a complete 360 to make sure that he wasn't, you know, injured or had anything on him that would make him look so suspect, it's a little much whenever you now hear that they're not talking to the roommates or getting.
And something I want to bring up on this is that we've kind of seen from the beginning, I don't even know how to put this, kind of a separation between Steve and Christy as far as statements and facts. Even beliefs to some extent, because Steve said he was open to other people being involved in this at one point in time. And then Christy said, absolutely not. It's nothing but Brian. And then at some point, Steve then kind of leaned that direction towards the end. So seems like there's either some serious communication issues here or something more. And I think that could be something more. And we'll get into that after we finish through this.
Questions answered from them. Like, it seems like that in itself is also 180 behavior. Like, they drilled Jack and did all these things to verify for themselves that he wasn't involved, but they haven't asked a single question to Dylan and Bethany. Steve says yes. Christy says no. And I mean, seriously, this shouldn't be a discrepancy. Now, when it comes to what I said about Kaylee's phone, I did have it wrong. They did not physically have her phone. I am not an iPhone human, and I am also not someone who trusts technology. I don't put my passwords into some sort of thing where they can just be kept for me. They're in my freaking brain, guys. I literally remember every single password that I have for everything that I have, and nothing is stored anywhere. No one can mirror anything for me. I am Team Android and I am X technology. Okay.
Amen to that one. So am I. And Lucy says it is intentional and obvious that they obtained the discovery that was leaked, as well as some untruths mixed in that discovery. It's intentional, the confusion, to make it difficult to get the truth. And I have to agree with that. And yes, and that's what I was going at. They even admitted to leaking certain things and to spreading lies into putting other people up to spreading lies, folks. That's a big deal. When the leaking stuff came out, in a document that was read, Steve himself stated that, yes, that he admitted to asking other people to spread things that aren't true, that follow the narrative. In turn, if you tell me that's unintentional, I'm going to have to tell you you're insane. That's all I'm saying. So there's that to remember as well. And this is absolutely intentional. And I don't know why, because if I was a parent, I would want to know factual truth, okay, about what happened to my child. That's all. Just tell me the truth and we'll be fine. But we know they're not getting that. And he's told us that they haven't been given this, that, and everything else. We've seen that that's come to be true. They've been told they have to FOIA everything that they want for information. That's insane. But at the same time, there's too many people playing games in this case, folks, and this should never happen. This should not happen. Family members of victims should not be telling stories or listening or lies or spreading rumors that aren't true on purpose for whatever reason they're having. It doesn't make sense. If you want this specific person put away for this, that's fine, but you should at least be the right person, and you should believe that too. That's all I'm saying.
I think that brings us to the end of this one. We're either at or beyond the 2-minute 40-second timestamp.
Yeah, we definitely went beyond it. So
yeah, I felt we did because I can't see it.
We're at 3 minutes now on that one. So next one up.
Yeah, that 12-minute 59-second.
Right. 1 second here. Yeah, this is the one. Nope. Sorry, hold on. Excuse me. And don't worry, guys, we won't be in here too super long tonight. We'll be back tomorrow, of course, but not tonight. I don't want to drag you guys after I did 4 hours with you earlier. I don't want to keep you in here forever. So we'll be here shorter than what you would think, just so you know. So it won't be super duper long. All right. This is the last one on this that he wanted to read through. So
yep, this is it.
Go ahead.
So I got the timestamp in there. It's 7 minutes, 45 seconds through 9 minutes.
Gotcha. Let's start there. All right, to the 9-minute mark. Gotcha. Here we go. And make sure you put all this together, guys, in your mind as we're seeing these clips. Put it all together, and then it'll give you the point that we're trying to make here.
Anyway, but everything else, I can definitely see why the family is okay with Jack. And this is where things start taking like a 180. So whenever Steve did an interview with News Nation, it was either right after the grand jury or it was right after that next Monday where we had the arraignment date. But I recall perfectly Steve claiming that Dylan and Bethany were talking. That they were talking, that people were talking to them. The girls were talking. The girls were being talked to. Do y'all remember this? Because according to Christy, the entire family has not talked to Dylan or Bethany. According to Christy, they do not know anything else about Dylan and Bethany's side of the story besides what is in the PCA. That's it. They know just as much as we do, apparently, when it comes to these two. And I don't understand who's accurate here. Or I don't know if Steve missaid what he said to make it sound as if the girls were talking to other people, like other people involved with the victims, because that's precisely how his verbiage made it sound. And now Christy is claiming, no. Which one is it? I did a very detailed timeline video because I'm trying to pinpoint exactly whenever the cops actually had eyes on Brian Kohberger and trying to figure out the truth behind all of this genealogy testing stuff. Now, that video releases tomorrow. And in that video, I mention something that lots of people have talked about. The fact that the PCA shows the time of the incident to be between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m.
We
per
must be at
Dylan
9
and
minutes.
Bethany's cell phones.
We must be at 9, right?
Yeah, we're just a little past it.
Okay. Okay, so far, and keep this one up. I got one little timestamp in here, but before we move on, notice that when Christy went to a content creator to put out, what information she thought she needed to, she went to a Gilter channel. Notice that.
Of course, yes.
That's important because more than not, always the first thing said and the lie afterwards.
Absolutely.
So
yes, sir.
Steve said that the roommates were talking.
Right.
And now, of course, we're getting nothing but they're not talking. And since the drop of this Brian Enton or what News Nation it's all one and the same. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
A little recent interview with Olivia, but it seems to me something's off. It feels forced. Where did that question? It just came out of the blue. Why did they feel that it was necessary to ask and answer that specific question about the roommates talking?
Right.
And it's like protest too much. Now my attention has been drawn to it.
Of course.
So, and also, along with that, during this whole period, how objective has Brian Enton's reporting or / News Nation's reporting, how objective has it been on this case?
He's absolutely a guilter, 100%, and it's always been the propaganda. Brian did it. Brian did it. Period. So
it's there's a distinction between misinformation and disinformation. They are no longer a misinformation channel. No. It is disinformation.
Yes. Nothing but, by the way, from the very beginning, from the moment that Brian was arrested and Brian Enton made a claim that Brian said he can't, did anybody else get arrested for this? It was never stated. This will tell you the extremes that they go to. Go ahead.
Putting it all together, put all that we just covered together. What is the takeaway? It's funny because people are running. They hear Olivia say something and they run with it as the truth, and that's dangerous because that is. We want to believe that as much as we want to believe it, we can't, because if you have been following, make a list of the accuracies of the things that have been put out by that family that have been truthful, and then make a list of the items that are not.
Good point.
I have one more timestamp because notice, Jules said, and we've all heard, and we've always heard and believed that the G family doesn't know anything more than the general public.
Right.
So this timestamp of 5 minutes to 5 minutes and 45 seconds. You might have to scroll up, but I can.
What was it again? 5:45?
It's 5 minutes to 5 minutes and 45 seconds. So just a little 45-second clip.
All right, here we go.
Story. But Daniel is very clear that Christy is not calling either one of them liars when it comes to their story. Now, when it comes to Jack, a lot of people have questioned, myself included, why, whenever the family was frantically trying to get a hold of Jack and Kaylee and Maddie after they got that phone call from the niece around 1:30 in the afternoon, that he'd never answered the phone. Now, we just all, I guess, assumed it was a little earlier, maybe. I don't really know why, but Christy claims it's because at the time his phone was getting blown up, he was with the cops. He was one of the first people that the cops talked to and interviewed. And they actually did keep his phone in custody for quite a few days before they finally gave it back to him.
Okay. We just watched that today, and that is what happened. He was the first one probably interviewed. And,
due to who, yeah, because of who he was, I agree.
And notice that it is now a lie. The G family learned at least that date of the drunk turkey interview, so that'd be June 7th or earlier, they knew about that fact that we just learned today watching that body cam. Detective Payne talking about the phone of JD. So, in other words, it's a lie that the G family said as early as the drunk turkey interview that they know nothing more than what we do. It's a lie. It's a leak. By the way, it's not only a lie, it's a leak.
That's a good point.
The family knows more. And that's just one provable thing that they knew that we didn't know.
Right. So it makes you wonder and question when they state, and I'm not saying they're lying. Please don't take it that way. But it makes you wonder when they state that they weren't told things, that they didn't know things. That whole situation that Steve explained, it made me wonder, is that true? Truly. Because Steve was working hard to get things put out.
Yeah, and
including
right.
Linda Lane footage, the Brett Norton stuff, the conversations there that I had, I was proxy to that as well. It all comes from one source, one group.
Yeah,
there you go. There you go, Lucy.
And Brian's right. None of this mattered. And I was struggling with this. I'm like, do I want to take 15 or 20 minutes of Dago's show and do this?
Fine.
Because what does it matter? They got away with it. What point am I trying to make here? Well, I think it's important that the point is, again, what do we believe and why? What do you use as facts? Do you just run with misinformation? Do you hear something and then, like a Chicken Little, repeat it? I don't know if that's the right analogy, but you get the point.
I get
it. And we've done that so often in this case.
Right.
We're all guilty of it. No one's pointing a finger, but we got to be careful because this is an obvious example of, they're stressing the fact that they didn't talk to the roommates. So, well, I'm not here to say that they did for sure because I can't prove it. But it certainly looks like it based on everything in its totality. If you do this using logic and reason, you would see through it. Otherwise, why would they say it? Now, if you look for that pattern recognition and you continue to follow this case and you look at other things that are being said, how they're being said, you should be able to, have success with detecting the lies. Hopefully,
right.
And also hold each other accountable. If someone's repeating something as fact, I'm always quick to pause someone else and say, "Wait, what do you use? What facts do you use to support your position?"
Sure. And like Lucy just said, and that's what I wanted to reiterate, guys. We're not going at the Gonsalves family, attacking them. We're not degrading them by any means. Lucy just said, like she said a few minutes back, she's not saying that the G family is involved in the framing job of Brian Koberger, but she is saying that the corrupted people got into their good graces very, very early on, folks.
Yes.
Like right away. Okay. That is exactly how a lot of us feel, and that's how we've seen this. They attached themselves like parasites to this family right away because they knew he's going to be the mouthpiece. He's going to be the one that's out there saying everything. They saw his reaction to things, and they said, this is perfect. It's a perfect tool and a resource for what we need to do.
Okay, well, what did I say the other day on your channel? I said that in this PSYOP, I mean, this is like PSYOPs 101, I'm sure. They
At this point,
this
yeah.
on the first day
Right.
of the training, is if you can get the family, you know, the one closest to the situation, the victim, in other words, to put out the information, it's automatically going to be taken as gospel. And then who's going to dare challenge it? Because they're victims, and you don't dare tread on that. You would be demolished. The pushback on you would be so quick and severe, no one would dare.
Agreed.
And that's why they're using the family to do it. And we've
Of
seen
course.
it.
Yeah, guys.
Question is, do you have the ability to see it?
Well, are you? Yeah, that's the hard part. Like Lucy says, too, if she could speak on more of it, specifically on the things that link this all together, she would, but it's not her place. And I understand that. I get it. But then again, after that, if you guys go back, she's right. Think about this, okay? Think about the first 3 weeks after the crime was committed. How everything played itself out. Think about that. The people, the way things happened and came forth, or didn't come forth for that matter, the way everything was being shown, all of that. Think about the first 3 weeks after this crime happened. And remember what you can from it, okay? Because that is important. I agree with her. Again, who would want this family to shush? It's absolutely likely that someone has sent to feed them facts, was sent. Yes, of course, we know that. And false facts, shutting them down, because we saw something. I will agree that Steve said. They were telling him to shut up. They were telling him that they didn't want him talking to the public. They didn't want him talking to the media. Judge Hippler himself got ignorant with him, saying things like, "Well, you can't bring her back. Do you think you're going to bring her back doing this? Stop talking to the media, all that." And he said, no. Okay? So think about that kind of stuff, folks. There's reasons why. So if you have a microphone in front of you, okay, it's going to spread all this info. What better way to get the stuff you don't want out there? One, hidden. Two, a narrative running down the road, full speed ahead, that is believable to the public by putting it in the family member's mouth and having him spit it out to the world, because that's exactly what they did. Why would Steve, just like any of the rest of us, think any different when they tell him these things? He had no reason to believe that they were lying to him. He had no reason to believe that what they were telling him isn't true. He had no reason to believe, because none of us would at first, that they were not being anything but absolutely honest with him about this, okay? So he's not going to question it until he starts to see things that don't make sense. Then, as we all know, then he questioned it. And he's had a hard-on for law enforcement, prosecution, this and that, everything else the whole time. Because he knew he was being lied to. I think he knew he was being used. Maybe not to the extent that he was till the end of it, when they finally said, okay, we're going to take a plea deal and piss off. We don't care what you want. So, in turn, you got to see it for what it is, you guys. Is there any more with Jules that we need, bud?
No, thank you. And it took a lot of effort on your part, and I appreciate you.
No, it's not effort at all, buddy. I absolutely, it's a great
doing
point.
this with me. Hopefully we've
it's absolutely been done.
Effect.
I hope so. It's absolutely been done on purpose. There's reasons why. I don't 100% know the exact reason, but like Lucy pointed out, there's reasons why this stuff is happening. Okay. Yes, Brian. I mean, just, you got to think about the whole situation. Everything that we know about the town, the school, the people, the kids, the family, all of it. You got to think about it all and put it all into perspective to understand why something like this would happen. Okay. Because it's not something that you would imagine seeing in your everyday life. It's definitely not a, and there's corrupted situations going all the time. This is way bigger than that, folks. And this was claimed to be way bigger than that from the beginning. This is not like anything we've ever seen. It's not going to be like anything we've ever seen. And it's so much bigger than anybody can imagine. That's how it was put out there. So
real quick, if I could, to summarize. So the exercise there was pretty much like this Brian Enton interview with Olivia, and everyone's, they said during the interview that the roommates never spoke with Olivia, and everybody's running with that as fact. And I'm like, pump the brakes. Let's look back. And we all observed Jules and her reaction. She's like, whoa, it's almost like she's calling BS, because back in that time, it's two conflicting positions. One says the roommates were speaking, and the other one says that they're not. So which is it? And also, you got that in conjunction with where do you hear this news? Well, you hear it from a Gilter channel. It's Brian Enton with News Nation. That's a component to this. You got to put that. You start putting all the little, I guess, red flags into the pail, and then you got to look at what's if you have two pails. In all the red flags are in the one pail, and there's no, things that would allow you to see it in the other light. The takeaway is more than likely, then what you end up believing with that is not a fact. That's information. It's being put out for a reason, to misguide you.
Right. Welcome back, SRBB. Good to see you, dear.
Can't prove it, and I don't know how important it is on this particular piece of propaganda, but there's going to be plenty other coming down the pipe. This is like a pattern type of recognition thing.
That's the problem, Eddie. So if we know that this happened with this situation, folks, do you think that most of every other situational aspect to this case probably is almost the same? I'm not saying everything was a lie. I'm not saying everything was a lie, but quite a bit of it was fed to the public and is untrue. So you got to believe something in that aspect. Go ahead, Eddie. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, like she did with the Pinocchio thing to make her point. It's like the lies in this thing. I mean, tally up the truths. When have you been told the truth in this?
I told you. That's it. Yeah. The truth that we got on this, guys, is that this happened on November 13th of 2022. That's where I stopped. That's all I've seen that I can verify as absolute truth. That's it. And it's insane. It's insane that they have done this. And they've gotten away with it. Brian said it more multiple times in the chat over here. But they've gotten away with it, okay, to this extent now. Do we know that it happened? Of course we do. Can we do anything about it? No, other than what we're doing right now and making sure that the world knows what they did. And the more we talk about it, the more it will be instilled in people that this truly did happen like this. It's not bullshit. It's not a joke. It's not conspiracy. It's not, oh, they're in a rabbit hole again. No, facts are folks. Facts are facts. This is what has happened. It is it's right in front of our faces. So, it is important to build a complete case file with all the events, situations. In some, it absolutely is relevant. Yes. Yep. And that's what we basically built with everything we have now, folks, and everything that we have put together over the past 3 years. I'm just going to call it 3 years. And everybody that's involved in this, as far as creators go and moderators and creators and all that, Eddie, myself, Meg and Lucy and Mama Bear and other channels, folks, Lana and everybody. We've built our own case file, per se, on this case. Okay? We pulled out pieces and parts that don't match. We put things in that should have been there the best we can, of course. And it's obviously it's obviously not anything near what they gave us. Hence the reason why we see it for what it is, okay? That is why when anybody says, oh, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist, you're this, you're that, blah, blah. No, folks, because here it is right here. We've done this ourselves. with the help of, we've worked together, all of us, for 3 years, and we've pulled this out of what they gave us. That's how we know that this is facts, folks, in my opinion. Okay, and that's how we know that what they've done. The sad part is, is the people that are involved in this. Truly, okay?
Yeah.
Basically, an exhibit with the supporting information with citations for each disinformation event. Yeah, that would be a good idea. I mean, we kind of have it already. We just have to put it all together.
Yeah, I mean, if in case you guys have missed it, the pattern that you're seeing has been all along. The pattern is that they take the family member and they do an interview with them, and by that means they disseminate the misinformation. And what part of you thinks it's gonna suddenly change? Like, if you look at that interview with Brian and you think you're hearing the truth, man, you gotta, like I said, pump the brakes and ask yourself the tough questions.
Agreed. After building a complete case file, full history of these things, a person would be more likely to identify those involved, the who, possibly, and the why. Yes. There you go. Good point. And that is, like I said, in a sense, what we've been trying to do. We just have to put it all together, figure out exactly where the pieces fit, in my opinion, and maybe it will give us those answers. That's the only way we're going to get answers out of this, you guys. And there's quite a few of us creators, you know, Docket, myself, Eddie, quite a few other people that I can think of, Lana, that have, and Jules, that have said, we're not just going to take this for what they're telling us it is. We want to know the truth and deserve that. Whether it's over or not, it's done. They did what they did. That doesn't mean we cannot push until we get what we got to get. It can happen. I do agree. And they're never going to rightfully give it to us. Okay, I understand that. That's never going to happen. It's never going to be, unless somebody just blows up or freaks out or whatever, it's never going to be handed over to us. But if we do what we do, then yeah, at some point, I think we should be able to get to where we need to with this. I agree with that, with what Lucy said.
And Daigle, I noticed since your live stream, I kind of made a little searching around on YouTube, and I noticed Brian Enton's got another video, and it's him covering the surveillance, you know, of Brian Kohlberger, and in his thumbnail he uses the word shocking, you know,
as they all do, right? Yeah, so, it's shocking to watch Brian walk into a store. It is.
It's crazy. The misdirection and the BS continues.
Of course, and no, Piggy, no, calm down. They're deceased. Okay, they were murdered. That's all there is to it. Okay, that's true. That's fact. And I don't want to see people saying that they weren't. That they were put into witness protection, all that kind of stuff. Come on, guys, we know better than that. We are better than that. But everything that surrounds what happened to them and everything else that has happened, pretty much has been orchestrated to fit a narrative per se to that access or to that point. Sorry. I wish that it was fake. I wish that they hadn't been taken. Their lives hadn't been taken. Because it would make me feel better as a human being, but that's the facts. That is the one thing that we know true, is that they're deceased, and it happened on November 13th of 22, period. So,
but I won't say any more on this subject. If I did, I'd be preaching and belaboring the point. We got a lot of irrelevant photos that aren't going to show us anything to look at.
Sure. Brian, thank you so much for that gifted membership here. Hold on a minute. Oh, let me take down all these things I had up first. Oh, I got more up than I thought. Sardine. Hold on. Good Lord. Way more. Okay, that looks like it went to Harry Potter's beard. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. And Brian, thank you so very generous. God bless. I appreciate you, buddy. I will say this, though. As far as I am concerned at this point with this case, I don't care what everybody says as far as what Brian Kohlberger did. Okay, there's a reason for it. I believe that now, and it's got to be a good one. Okay, Whether that's a personal reason for him or whether it's just in general. Okay. There's probably more than one, but he did what he did. There's reasons. I truly get that. And I believe that. But I do not, nor ever will not believe that Brian Koberger had any involvement, and I mean anything, to do with this crime. Nothing. For the longest time, I sat 50-50 on this. Show me the proof, show me the proof, show me the proof, show me the proof. Nobody ever did, because they can't. They cannot ever show us proof that Brian Koberger went inside that house with any kind of a weapon and assaulted those four and took their lives. They'll never be able to show us that. Never be able to show us that. Understand that, okay? It's never going to happen. What's up, Twizzy? Good to see you, bro. We missed you. I hope you're doing good. Glad to see you. Actually, I was a little worried about you, but good to have you here. And Docket, good to see you as well. But
well, Dale, you're right. In any normal case, it's still their obligation to prove. They have the burden to prove that he did it.
Well, and that's what they should have done, okay? And they didn't. Now they don't have to do it now because of what Brian did, but they couldn't prove it. That's why this happened like it did, in my opinion. I truly believe that this was a plan from the beginning, that this whole plea deal thing was going to happen no matter what. Whether or not the defense saw that or not, I don't know. Maybe, possibly, probably. I'm telling you, she's a smart attorney, folks. Whether you guys like her or not, I think she's very smart and good at what she does. So, nothing I can do about that, Tomboy, right now. Sorry. The state didn't do anything. That's very true, Kelly. They did nothing, folks. All they did was play out the story and the script, as we call it, for this show that they put on for the world, in my opinion. Period. That's all that that's all the prosecution did. That's a true confession, by the way. If this was a confession that Brian put out there, understand that we read that out of a law library, a law dictionary. I'm sorry. If he were to confess, there would be details expected with the confession. There was nothing. We know that. They didn't expect him to say anything more than he did either, and they made up some bullshit lie that, well, how could we believe him anyway? Because they know he doesn't have anything to say. Because they know he didn't do it. And I'm telling you at this point, I've thought this way for a while. I think I'm almost positive at this point. I'm going to say 99.95% that they do know who's responsible for this crime. Okay? Yeah. And I'm comfortable saying that. I am comfortable saying that. And that is why this has become what it has, because they do know. Great to see you tonight, Docket. Thanks for being here. I'm driving to Florida. I've been listening. Oh, of course. Be careful out there, brother, please. Great having you here, sir. Great having you here. I just don't even know what to say, you guys. The fact that it happened, well, like I said, we saw this whole different story, whole different case, whole different set of reasons, but really not. The Delphi case, same type situation, okay? The question with these cases that do this is why? Why does this happen? Okay? Because somebody did something that they shouldn't have, and the person that did it or the people that did it, they cannot be put out there to the world because it's going to cause more problems and bigger, deeper consequences. So the best answer to that is to just cover it up with this situation here and make everybody in the world believe it and move on. And these people will walk away like nothing happened.
To add to that, because it's going to involve more than one perpetrator, then automatically that makes it a conspiracy, and therefore there will be a motive.
Yes, good point. Very good point.
Once that motive gets out, then it's going to point to all the conspirators, whether we're talking about the ones that actually wielded the weapon or the ones that are involved indirectly beyond that.
Right. Yeah. Good point, guys. And that's what this is about, folks. And why I have my ideals as to why or who and what. But we've seen so many strange things even with the families, guys. Okay, Tomboy. And the same, them being involved in the release of information, leaking things. We have another family that they basically told us that they were told the truth about this from the beginning because they were trusted, basically. They had different information. They had more information, and now they have involvement with the answer to the case, per se. Not that we believe that, but true. You know what I mean? Same concept applies with regard to all the bonkers narratives that some people push across various media platforms. Yes, good point, Lucy. Very good point. Oh, 100%, Kelly. You don't have to get political to say that. They do. And they want us to be stupid. That's facts. Same with the Charlie Kirk situation and all that. We see certain things that they're just there. You can't deny it. Of course, we're going to call it out. Of course, we're going to look at it. You know what I mean? That's all. Pro being proud. Welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight. It's meant to distract, confuse, create factions of people that are fighting because they are right. You are not. Instead of getting to the yes. It's been going on for forever, folks. The smoke and mirrors situation that we see it every day within our government. One big thing happens over here, and oh my God, that's what we're doing. But truly, the real bad thing that's really going on that we're not supposed to see is happening over here. That's why this is happening here. That's all I'm saying. So, and we have purposely been confused on this case from the beginning with specific documents, paperwork that's been put out, things that have been screwed up, different things that have happened, and it's purposely all been to confuse us, in my opinion. It's the same basic tactics they use in World War II. Is a good point too. Yes. So, and yeah, the bail has been gone. They just will never, like Eddie has said many a times, they will never admit to this. It doesn't matter what happens. Even if there's blatant proof shown, they are never going to admit to this. They'll just say, well, that's not true. Nope, that didn't work. That's not true. Whoever made that, that's lies. That's this. That. They're never going to admit to this, folks. End of story. And if you really pay attention every time that something hits the media, someone is always in danger. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely, Lucy. 100%.
Just for whatever it's worth, I'm already convinced that they knew who did it before law enforcement entered that house. When they entered that house, they already knew who did it. In other words, the only question I have at this point is, did they know it was going to be Brian Kohlberger, the fall guy, at that moment? Or did that did that come days afterwards?
That's a great question, Eddie. A great question. I don't know. I don't know if I'm on the same page with you as far as that, but I'm not saying you're wrong. Don't get me wrong. I do know. I believe they knew very early on who did this. Okay. And I don't believe they knew before it happened who did it, but I'm saying I knew very quickly and early on. I feel that they did know who did it. And at that point, they knew it wasn't him, but I do believe that they knew who Brian was by November 25th, period. That's just where I'm at with that period at this point.
Yeah.
That's a good point you made, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, here's the logic that you would use to do that. You would ask yourself, okay, at what point do I, the way I see this, the way I see them operating or investigating, at what point do I determine that they are purposefully guiding this a certain direction or covering it up? In other words, at what point are they doing what what we would consider this suspicious type activity? So, and the answer to that, whatever answer you give, if you say, well, immediately they're doing it, It's easy to see in the body cam. Then that's the point at which they know who really did it, because that's the purpose of the cover-up.
Very good point. I want to show you guys something real quick here. I just want you guys to watch. I know you've probably seen this 1,001 times, but I want to share this with you, and I want to review this real fast here. And pay attention to this, guys. Every bit of it. Okay? This is from November 16th of 2022. This is I believe this is right, Eddie. It's listed as the first press conference. This is correct, right? This is the right one.
Looks like it, yeah.
I think it is. November 16th was the first. Okay, they even apologize, I think. It'll take too long to get out, blah, blah, blah. So I want you to watch and listen to this from the beginning. It's not super duper long. Yeah, it's not bad. And listen to what you hear within this as compared to what we know now. All right, and point those things out. And we're going to talk about it after the fact. And it's very interesting to me because I watched this with my wife the other day after. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. So just watch. And I think at this point here, in my honest opinion, my humble opinion, I'll say it that way, it's absolutely probable and possible and probable for sure that I'm probably wrong, but I don't think I am. I think at this press conference, they knew who did this. That's just my opinion. I'm just going to leave it there. Watch this and tell me your thoughts.
Everybody here? My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you receive to be extremely accurate. We know you have questions, and so do we. That is why we're here. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this press conference. Joining me today is the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Chief Deputy of Latah County Tim Best, Idaho State Police Colonel Kedrick Wills.
Now, before we even get started, notice everybody that's there. Everybody. From Green to the prosecutor to the sheriff that really had much not involvement at all, but everybody that they could have there for this, they have everybody here for this. I'll just call this, the whole cast is here. We'll say that, okay?
I call it all on board. They're all on board.
All on board, yeah. They're all on board. But these are the important people in this, just saying.
The Moscow Police Department would like to extend our condolences to all family members, friends, the University of Idaho, and the Moscow community. This was a horrible crime that took the lives of Ethan Chapman, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves. This horrible crime has affected all of us, the families, the University of Idaho, our community, our country, and our officers. Agencies that are involved in this task force include Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations. As we continue our investigation, we have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus, and Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after 1:45. If anyone in our community or across our nation has any information about these times or the victims' whereabouts, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. The facts of the case that we know right now. We know that these homicides occurred in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. Around noon, Moscow officers received a call of an unconscious person. Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves inside the residence on King Road. The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Investigators are continuing to collect evidence at the scene. Investigators are working to develop a timeline to relevant events. Autopsies are taking place today on all the victims so we can continue to gather evidence and solve the crime. Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details at the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not have a suspect at this time, and that individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community, and as we have stated, please stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times. What we don't know, the identity and location of the suspect, the location of the knife or any clothing that was worn by the suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police. We're reviewing video that has been collected, but we are asking citizens to contact us with any information you may have that will help in this investigation. Once again, we're asking anyone with a tip to call the tip line at 208-883-7180. At this time, I would like to introduce the University of Idaho President, Scott Green.
Thank you, Chief Fry.
The one thing I'm pointing out, this guy right here was so over involved in this case and never should have been. This guy is not law enforcement. He works for the university, folks. And I get to an extent having somebody that works for the university be involved, but not in everything that goes along with this. Why are they introducing him? Oh shit, Lucy just said the same thing. Why is he the first person talking on this? I don't get that. It makes no sense. But he should have not been. They should have put somebody of importance out here that's invested, the lead detectives, to explain something, okay? No, they bring him out. It should not have happened at all. He should not have been involved anywhere near as much as he was. Hold on. He should not have been anywhere near as involved in this, guys. Anywhere near as involved. But he was at every interaction, every meeting, anything that went on. There he was. Then he goes and writes a book. Quite interesting. Just saying. Right. He is not an investigator, nor is he from an investigative agency. Thank you. He doesn't do any of that, but he is right here. Just so everybody knows.
I'm Scott Green, president of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence. He's our provost, and Blaine Eccles, our dean of students, will be available for questions after all of the statements are made. The crime, to us, this crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension. While our small community is certainly not immune to such things, it's not a situation our close-knit campus is used to dealing with. First, my deepest condolences to the families. And friends of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison. Excuse me. Their loss has been devastating, and they were bright lights in our community and are deeply missed and remain in our thoughts and our prayers. We've been working with Moscow Police since we were notified on Sunday of the crime. We've helped when asked and continually pushed for information whenever possible, knowing that we cannot interfere with the important work and good investigations that are occurring. We just want justice for these victims. Our focus at the university is to support our students and our employees. We are encouraging students and employees to take care of themselves as we head into Thanksgiving break. I want to take a moment to commend our faculty and staff who have been on the front lines helping our students, whether that is providing counseling to those in need of support, accommodating those who want to travel home, or engaging those who find comfort in staying busy interacting with their peers and our instructors in class. Our employees stepped up when our students needed them. While we have relied heavily on the expertise of Moscow Police, we feel confident that remaining open with flexibility to leave allows our students to decide what is best for them. The weeks ahead will continue to challenge us as this loss and the circumstances around this crime become known. We will support each other as we grieve, and we'll move through this together as a Vandal family. Thank you.
That's exactly all it should have been, CH. End of story. Bye. That's it. But it was way, way, way more than.
I would like to have Colonel Kedrick Wills come to the podium, please.
Exactly, Yvonne.
Good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And as we have this discussion today, I'd like to express my appreciation for your attendance here, because it's important, vitally important, that we get the information that we have out to the public. Crime knows no boundaries, and these murders have shaken us to our very core. You heard the university president as well as the chief of police talk about this small community, and it's a very close, tight-knit community. And our hearts break for the families that lost their loved ones, the University of Idaho, the Moscow community, and even within our entire state. Be assured, the Idaho State Police is firmly in support of the work that the Moscow Police Department is doing, and we are providing every resource that we can to make sure that this comes to a conclusion, and the person or people that this is.
I had heard about that, Lucy. I never saw it, but I had heard about it. Pretty crazy.
Responsible are brought to justice. It's so important that you understand that this takes a team effort. This is teamwork with the university, with this Moscow City Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It takes everybody to be able to do this. And it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act of getting the community the information that they need to have with making sure that we provide a case that the Latah County Prosecutor's Office can go forward with. Governor Little, Idaho's governor, has assured me that the full weight of all the resources we have within our state are available to Chief Fry and to his team. Our crime lab is also involved with processing evidence, and our law enforcement throughout the region, state and federal agencies continue to provide resources. From the Idaho State Police's perspective, we provided detectives here from this area, as well as detectives from out of the area, state police detectives, as well as patrol resources and communication assistance as well to provide for Chief Fry and his team. Following this briefing, our communications director from the Idaho State Police, Aaron Snell, if you'd raise your hand, Aaron, he will be the contact for all press media inquiries from here on out. He'll be working closely with Chief Fry and his team. And we have additional, like I said, additional patrol and investigation resources brought to bear here as well. We want to do everything we can to make sure that this is done correctly and that the people that are responsible for this are brought to justice.
So at this time, I'm going to open it up to some questions that I'm sure you have, and we'll do the best we can to answer those for you.
Hello, Chief Ray.
Hello.
Thank you for having us. I'm Amanda Rowley with Crime 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication that it's an isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? And can you also give a little more information on the forced entry? There's no sign of forced entry, but Was the door, did it seem like any of the entries were left unlocked by any means?
I'll answer the last part there just because it's at the front end of my mind. We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
And my first question,
Yeah.
if you'd like me to read.
No, I think I have it. In these cases, we take the totality of the things that we see, and they're very dynamic, right? And they're very big, and there's a lot of information, and we try to take that information, and some of it we can't share with you, correct? But we try to take that information, we try to make the best educated decision we can. We review that as a team with our detectives, along with our prosecutors, along with the university, and we try to make that best decision on that. So we, at that time, believe that there was no a threat, and our goal is to provide safety for this community. That's why we're bringing in the resources we're bringing. We want a close to this, and we want to do everything we can to let the people in our community know that we care. We want them to feel safe. We want them to be safe, and we're going to do everything we can to do that.
And if I could add one more question. You asked for videos or anything from the community to help put together that timeline. We obtained a copy of Twitch video, and family members of the Gonsalves family were able to identify Maddie and Kaylee in those videos at a food truck ordering food. Is the police department, our investigators, aware of that video, and has it helped put together that timeline?
We are aware of that video, and it has helped. It gives us a time and space where we know that two of our victims were, and that helps us a ton, and we'll continue to follow up all leads that we can and continue to gather those.
Any indication of a party at the home that night?
And this will be the last one, okay? I understand. Not that we know of, not at the home. We know that the other, let me get the names exactly right here. We know that Zaina and Ethan were at a different party on campus. But that timeline will still help us if other people know about that.
Thank you.
Chief Wright, John Webb with KHQ. On September 12th, there was a vandal alert that was sent out about a potential stabbing threat on Paradise Path. Does this have any connection with what we've seen so far?
Not that we know of it, but we're following up every lead. Every piece of information we get, we are following up to ensure that nothing has gone unturned. We want to have the individual identified, who is the suspect of this eventually. So we are literally looking into every aspect of everything.
And you guys have said repeatedly that there's no threat to the public, but we don't know who the suspect is. We don't know where he's at. How is there no threat to the public at this point?
Well, that's kind of an unknown. Like I said, we took the information that we had at the time, but we do need to be aware the individual is still out there, right? We need to be vigilant. We need to watch out for our neighbors. We're a community policing community. We've said that for years, and it's a community that watches out for each other. We need to continue to do that until we can close this off and make an arrest.
Why has there been such limited information over the past couple of days? I mean, we're almost 4 days into this. Why has it been so limited?
Yeah, it's a difficult, we have a lot of information coming in, and, we have tried to push out some information through press releases. But the reality is, I probably should have been standing here a day or so ago, but I'm here now. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to give you the information we can. We care about this community. I care about this community. I've worked here for 27 years. I want this community to be the safest community around. So
the mayor's called it a crime of passion. Is there any indication that that's true?
We're looking into every aspect of this. I'm not going to
there sure is.
stipulate whether it's one thing or another. We're going to continue to investigate until we have the facts, because really it's the facts that will drive what the cause of this is. And as we gather evidence, we'll get that. So.
Okay. One last question, if I could, Chief. Have we looked at any boyfriends or any ex-boyfriends, any spouses as a potential suspect?
I will tell you, we're looking at everyone. Every tip we get, every lead we get, there's no one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into. And we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that nothing goes unturned, and that we do everything we can with the assistance of all the resources we have to get a final answer.
Thanks, Chief Fry.
So there were, sorry, I'm Emma Epperly with this Folks Interview. Hi. So there were other roommates who lived at that residence. Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then they didn't call it into police. So were they injured?
They were not injured. But like I said, we're still following up with everybody that could have been in that area.
And how can you say it's a targeted attack if you don't have a suspect?
Like I said, we take the totality of the situation. We try to make the best.
And that's what I'm pointing out, you guys. Listen to some of the questions that are asked of them and how they answer.
Bit of information we can with everything that comes in, and then we make our decision off of that. So at this time, I'm not going to expand upon that. But like I've said, we do have a suspect out somewhere, and we are looking for that individual to solve this.
Hi, Rachel Sun, Northwest Public Broadcasting. I just want to
Agreed. These are great questions. Very horrible answers.
clarify something you said earlier. Over the past couple of days, the information that we've been getting is there's not a threat to the public. And earlier I heard you say you can't be sure that there is no threat. I just want to clarify what your stance is on that at this time.
So we still believe it's a targeted attack. But the reality is there's still a person out there who committed 4 horrible, horrible crimes. So I think we got to go back to there is a threat out there still, possibly. We don't know. We don't believe it's going to be to anybody else. But we all have to be aware of our surroundings and make sure.
Not at all, SRB. I'm glad you're making that statement and noticing that he's not, guys. And his hesitation with certain answers that he's giving. A lot of these answers should have been snap quick. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. And he delays in some aspect as if he's got to think about how to answer it first. That shouldn't be, in my opinion. Again, yes.
It is a truth that they know that this is a targeted attack. That is absolutely true. And in order to know that, you would need to know the motive.
Of course. You would need to know that and or who did it. Yes.
Well, and that's what I was going to say next. And if you know the motive, then you already know who did it.
100%. 100%. Like Twiz just said, there's only one person, though. How do they know that? Because they do. That's right, right there.
And that is the Freudian type of slip that's coming out. They know it's going to be on one person ultimately.
It has to, yeah.
They know that's their
that's where it's going to head to, right?
Scheme. That's their scheme. That's what it's going to be.
End result, yes, sir. It never could be more than one person because it would have never fit with what they had to do this. So yes. So just given that, like I said, I know this is old, you guys, but I'm showing this now because of where we're at now. And what we've been learning, what we do know, what we and Eddie talked about here a little bit ago, it's kind of interesting to me. If you've watched this and listen, it's kind of interesting, I think. Oh, definitely deflection involved too.
That we're watching out for each other.
Okay, and then one other follow-up. I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do caregiving check on the individual who was unconscious that we found the scene that we found.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked. So the other two roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911? You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there.
You notice how he caught that real quick? That cracks me up. I remembered that from the beginning, that he had to catch that, like right here and now. Can't let that get out like that. He wants to make sure that that's been straightened out before it goes any further. I think that's quite interesting. Yes, she's in the background screaming like a fool with this stupid game. I'm sorry for that.
So, you know, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved for that to have happened? Yes, but that's not how it took place. So that's why we're investigating everything still to try to pull all the pieces together.
Were they one of the people, were they the 911 caller?
At this point in time, I'm not going to divulge who our 911 caller is, just because I want to keep the integrity of the investigation at this point. Okay.
Okay, now and I remember that. We know who the 911 callers are and why and all this. So somebody explain to me why that couldn't have been said right then and there, and how that protects the integrity of this case. Somebody tell me that real quick.
No clue.
Does it make any sense to anybody? No, because there was nothing other than the fact that the call was fake per se, in my opinion. I'll just say, or acted out in some aspects, however you want to put it. I'm not saying the call was fake, but something in it. The whole call was not on point as far as truth goes. And did they have to create that call first? Did they or not create, but did they have to? I don't understand why they had to wait so long to put it out, you guys, is what my issue is.
You know what it feels like to me? It feels like Bethany's phone was used. That's an absolute truth. And what is also truth is that Bethany was not the voice. It was someone else. That's what it feels like. It feels like a truth is slipping out. In the end, they show us in, through text and through a voice that we hear, that they're saying it's Bethany, but how can that be proven? I mean, we've been lied to so many other times. Is there a way to prove that it was Bethany that was doing the talking initially, the first voice?
Good point. Good point. Very good point. Hey, Phil, good to see you. Go ahead.
Because otherwise, what explains why they did it? Why the dancing around that question of, we're not going to say who our 911 caller was. It feels like it was someone else. And at that moment, they didn't have quite, the think tank that they have going there didn't quite have that one. And, the way they want to get it out there to the public yet. They're still working on that one.
That's kind of what I've gathered too. Or what, because I know that they cut things from that. There were things clipped from the call, audio that was removed, whatever, covered up, however you want to put it. Outcast proved that. So did they have to figure out what and how they were going to release the call, what was going to come out, what wasn't going to come out, how it was going to react to people, things like that. So yeah. But again,
was Bethany not there? Yeah. Was she's like still at whatever friend's house and was walking up that set of steps?
Thank you. Exactly. Exactly.
Something.
Phil, well,
yeah, you're right. Something's off about the whole.
Absolutely.
911 callers not getting the
right.
Share,
I mean, like knowing when we got everything, it took them 2.5 years to release anything to us. Okay, anything of any importance, but they did. After 2.5 years, it was like, okay, we've hit that, and we can do
Brandy's cracking me up. Hilarious.
Jesus, he will not stop either. Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry that you're hearing that in the background. But anyway, and Phil, welcome. Great to see you. Thank you so much for that. Somebody please stir the pot. We don't balls. We don't want balls sticking to the bottom again. And hit that like button and subscribe. Become a meatball, not a meathead. Thanks, Phil. God bless. I appreciate you very much. But yeah, it's just interesting to know that like almost 3 years, and then it became for whatever reason, and there's got to be something that ignited it and gave them the option to say, okay, it's okay, give it to him now. There had to have been something that gave. I don't know if it got to a certain point within the case, the investigation, where they said, all right, we got enough in, we got enough time with this, let them have it. So I'm just saying, it's kind of crazy, folks. It is kind of crazy.
Okay. And last question, are you able to tell whether the same weapon was used on all 4 victims?
You know, that's why we're having the autopsies done. The autopsy will confirm that and hopefully collect some evidence for us, even from those. That's why you do the autopsies, is to try to be thorough and try to gather more. So we'll leave that would probably be something that would come out later.
Excuse me, Derek Shug, Fox News Digital.
Good
Was there
question,
anything
Derek.
missing in the home, or were the purses still there? Any robbery attempt, anything like that?
Nothing that we have identified. And I'm going to take about 2 more questions, all right?
Hi, I'm Tim with the Daily Evergreen. I was just wondering, were the 2 other individuals present at the home when police responded at noon?
Yes.
Okay.
Chief, if you don't mind elaborating a bit more on those 2 people. Was it 2 people? What have those people shared about the circumstances of that night, what they saw or didn't see?
Well, I'm not going to go into what they shared that night. Obviously, that's part of our investigation. That's part of the information that we're trying to build our complete story with. So at that, as far as that goes, we're not going to go any further into what they know and what they don't know.
How many were there?
We believe 2.
Chief, have you looked into the social media accounts of?
We believe 2. Why did that get not get a more direct answer? As in, there were 2. Not we believe 2. Because, in my opinion, he even says in one, it's either this one or the 23rd. There were other people there that night, and I'm telling you, he was referring to other people being there at the house that night. Just saying. Mm-hmm. He does say it, so I'm pretty sure that that's what that was reference to. Sorry.
Yeah, I can get behind that, and he knows that is the case.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, what explains why he's conflicted there?
Thank
it should
you.
be a simple thing to answer.
Yeah, it should be. There were 2. Last question. Not I believe there were 2. This guy.
It gets us right back to, everything that you think you believe that happened that night that we're being told, just somehow erase all that out of your mind. It didn't go down that way. It is vastly different from anything you've imagined. Whatever happened in that house is there's.
It goes above and beyond what they have ever played it out to be. AR, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you're doing good. I was actually thinking about you yesterday. Great to see you, sir. Yeah, Eddie, it goes above and beyond anything they've ever given us as far as what
it's the furthest thing from what we're being told.
Right. 100%. And like I said, this is going back to seeing this. We're going to look at the other one here next because it's shorter than this. But this is going back and looking at this now, knowing what we know now. With all the information we've been given now and seeing these things. The things they state, the things that they put out there, the things that make you go, that's all I'm saying. Yeah, he did retire. And then he went and tried to run for sheriff and lost. And then he went and got a job at somewhere in Washington as a police chief for another police department. So that's questionable in myself. Why would you quit this job after so many years to go do it at a different place? Don't say you wanted to retire, because you went right back to work, bro. You wanted to get away from there is what it is, because you know this is dirty, this is bad, and you don't want nothing to do with it at this point. Just saying.
Yeah, I think Dago, if I recall, the question you asked, prior to us watching this video is the exercise. In other words, was while watching this video, can you identify that the cover up was on at this date?
That's right. That is right. And I'm telling you, listen to what they're saying and look at what they're putting out. I believe it was.
Absolutely.
I believe it was. There's more.
All the different victims, and do you? We understand that one may have had an account linked to her Instagram account. Have you looked into those accounts? Have you seen any sort of threats made to any of the individuals?
So we are looking at all resources. We got, like I said, the Federal Bureau of Investigation helping us. We got our detectives, our forensic detectives looking into that. We're trying to pull this whole picture. We're looking at everything that we can look at, social media, etc. So to answer your question, yes, we are.
Were the victims all found in one part of the house?
I'm not going to divulge that either. That's part of our investigation. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close this off. But if you have any questions for the university, we'll open that up at this point in time.
See how he shuts everything down that anybody actually cares about. But you guys can ask questions to the university. Nobody, who cares about the university right now? We want to know who killed these 4 kids. And you don't want to talk about it because you don't have anything per se, is what you're saying. And it's all to protect the investigation. I'm sorry, but I'm calling bullshit. Period. We're looking at everything except the other male profiles or anything of any importance, right? Agreed, Luce.
Who has not had a chance to ask a question? Yes, over here. Yes.
Oh, thanks. Actually, I had a question for the chief, so I don't know.
Okay, well, you want to pass it?
Okay. What is the university doing to make their students feel safe?
Yeah, great question. At this time, I think I'll turn this over to Blaine, who's been dealing directly with our students and dealing with those that.
We don't need to see this part. This has no bearing on any of what I'm looking at, but I'm going to show you the other one here real quick.
Yeah, that last question, that was Angela Palermo. She wanted to ask the chief another question, and he's like,
Right.
The press was really strong. Like, I forget who in your chat, in your comments.
Yeah, they were asking amazing questions. Truly were.
Yep, all 3 of the press conferences. And they learned that. It took them 3 times to learn it, but after that, it was strictly, press releases from that point forward.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Why is it not giving me the right one? One second. Come on. Bring it up for me.
I found it interesting, though. One of the big takeaways was what the colonel said, what Colonel Kedrick Wills said is, this team effort, it's a combined effort to be able to do what we're doing.
Yep.
Believe him when he's saying it. It's the FBI, it's the MPD,
county,
the
state.
ISP.
Yep.
They're all doing it. They're all part of this and getting behind it.
It takes a full cast, folks. Yes, I agree with that. All right, let's see. This is the 23rd one. This is the one I believe that the fake reporter showed up to. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yep, I had to think for a minute. Okay, on we go. Again, focus and listen to the questions and the answers and how they're reacted to. Chief Fry is like a cartoon to me, okay? And he reads he reads his personality reads through his facial expressions and the colors that he turns. When he's asked a question he doesn't want to answer, or he's in a spot that he's not that he's comfortable or uncomfortable in, you can read the man like a book. I'm telling you, it's very simple. His delays, his spaces, and Lanier, I think that's why Lanier was put out there at some point, because he didn't want to talk. I said something interesting to me. He said, wait, Hunter said something interesting to me. He said that he had to unlock the door to get into the house to check on Ethan and Xana, but Dylan said it was already open. Did he say that? Did he say he had to put the code in to open the door?
Yes, he did.
That's right. And then he said they were right inside the door. Okay. But Xana said, or they did say it was open already. That's true. More lies. Everything's been lies, guys. Everything's been lies. Lies, guys. Lies, guys. Really sad. Good point, Jacob. Good point. That's true. And they were not. They were in Bethy's room, which was down behind the stairs.
You know what that's a sign of? Because that was so early on. Those are the first hours, right? So first of all, you have to be able to identify that they're all being coached, but they're working on this story. It's early on. And that's kind of some of the effects of trying to get the story right, is that it's going to have inconsistencies like that. And that's what we're seeing.
Right. Just like it was. The door was open at 8 a.m. Wide open. We knew that. Who closed it and why?
So that's why these interviews are so brief and so vague, because they know that they can't just sit there and keep talking and talking, because too much is going to come out. It's very canned or scripted, and they're just going to get, the important bits on the record, and then, get out of that room, shut off the camera.
Right. Good point. Good point. On we go. Hang on, I forgot I got to drive this in a bit to get to when they come out.
Please keep questions to 1 or 2.
All right, so this is their spokesperson that they gave up on after a while.
And we'll try and get to as many people as possible. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. Joining me today is Captain Roger Lanier with the Moscow Police Department, Moscow Deputy City Supervisor Tyler Palmer, Colonel Kedrick Wills of the Idaho State Police, University of Idaho President Scott Green, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, and Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson.
Why did we need Scott Green to come back? Why did we need Eccles to come back? I don't know why the prosecutor has to be there for this either, because I don't see any questions that he needs to answer at this point. But okay, whatever. I'm just saying.
We are thankful for all the tips and leads the public has provided in Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Madison's murder investigation. No bit of information is too small, and every tip will be pursued. So far, this information has helped investigators build a picture of the areas of interest and the relationships these four had with each other and our community. We still believe there's more information to be gathered, which will continue creating a window through which we view this case. We all want to understand why this happened and what drove someone to do this. The families of those involved and our entire community deserve to know. We ask anyone with any information related to what happened with these four who are in our community, their interaction with others, and whether they expressed concern or commented about someone or something strange to get that information to us. Even if you don't believe it is relevant, investigators will review and determine if and how your information builds the picture. Sometimes what a video or picture doesn't show is equally as important as what might be there. Information on how to submit tips and updates on the investigation can be found on the Moscow Police Department webpage. We continue moving forward to understand why this occurred in our community and seek answers to bring justice for the victims and their loved ones, because they deserve it. I personally want you to know we care, and we will continue to work hard to get these answers for these individuals. At this time, I'd like to introduce Captain Roger Lanier for an update on what we can currently share about this investigation.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Roger Lanier with the Moscow Police Department. I want to assure you first off that the loss of Xana, Kaylee, Madison, and Ethan remains the highest priority for the Moscow Police Department. We will continue putting all of our resources into investigating and solving these murders. Investigators are prepared to work through the Thanksgiving holiday to continue their efforts. I also want to express our sincere appreciation to the Idaho State Police, the FBI, University of Idaho, and the Latah County Sheriff's Office for their assistance. And I especially want to thank the community of Moscow for their outpouring of support through this incredibly difficult time. Today, I'm going to recap and brief what we know. I'm going to provide some new information, and I'm going to address some rumors. On the evening of November 12th and into the early morning hours of November.
Thank you so much, Kat. God bless. Very, very sweet, very generous of you, dear. Thank you so much.
Dago, can I add real quick something?
Oh, of course. Eddie, you don't have to ask. Just interrupt and do your thing, bro. Every time. I appreciate you.
Backtracking just a little bit, but on that previous press conference that we watched,
Yeah.
that was November 16th. And I just want to remind everybody that on November 16th, the sheath was signed over from MPD by Corporal Williford of the ISP, and he drove it on that day of the press conference to New Meadows Transportation Shed.
Bingo.
And he met with Corporal Tarantine.
Excuse me. That's absolute fact, sir. Yes, sir.
And we can tell by their language, they know it's going to be on one individual. You know, the culprit is going to be singular. They already know this.
Yeah. And yeah, I would, Twiz. I would absolutely. Yes, I would. Yes, Eddie, you're right. Lucy said she said that way back in the chat. Right. Right. Good point. Good point.
But look at me not paying attention.
Oh, it's all good. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
I'm just dying to know if they already know who it's going to be. Is it going to be on some random poor, unknown at that moment? Or do they know, that they're throwing this thing on Brian Koberger at that date?
Yeah. I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure that, let's see, what date is this? The 23rd. So in 2 days, they have Brian's name, in my opinion. By November 25th, they have his name. They are heading in that direction with him now. That's just my opinion, of course. There's no way to prove that completely at this point yet, but that's my thought. So in 2 days, they're going to have his name, and they're set and ready to roll.
Well, now that Lucy said, I'm glad I pointed that out because she said it earlier, and it's important. Lucy's always 2 steps ahead of me, gotta say. You got a smart cat. There you go.
And you got to wonder, too, you guys. Think about what she's saying. I said, and this is proof, that they already knew who the guy would be. So let's think about that for a quick second and break that down. You got to wonder how. How did you choose Brian? let me put it this way. How did they choose Brian Koberger? How did they get to him? Just like Ann asked, how did you get to my client? How did you get to Brian? Okay. We've all asked that. So let's think about that. How did they get to him? And I've been breaking that. That's been driving me insane. There's got to be a way that they knew this kid. He's not from the local area. Okay. And the only thing that I've ever come to a conclusion on, folks, with this is that it had something to do in relation with Washington State or Pullman PD.
Yes.
That's the only thing that makes any sense to me. Okay.
Yes.
That is the only possibility that would even remotely screw the light bulb in for me to say, okay, that's how they knew this kid. There was something about, in my opinion, probably maybe the interview that he did with Jenke, okay, that stood out and made them go, what the hell? Like, who is this? And I'm telling you, it could very well, and I'm really set on this, you guys. I'm dead set on this. It could be because Brian was so, and I hate to use the word nosy, but he was very articulate and knowing things. He questioned, even to the day, guys, I've said this before, that he was arrested. He was asking them questions about their jobs and things they did and all this stuff. Okay. So he was very, very intuitive and very into the crime stuff. Okay. That's why he was doing it. Sorry. And so I think this is just an opinion, folks, an absolutely pure speculative theory. But I think Brian may have fallen into something accidentally while he was looking through things and researching stuff that he didn't need to know. And he very possibly, when he was talking to Jenke in his interview to try to become part of Pullman PD, brought it up to them. And it understands something. I know. What does Pullman have to do with Moscow? Well, okay. We all know they work together. They share a 911 center. They're on different calls together. They know each other very personally, too. I think there was something going on in relation to both departments that were linked in that aspect that he fell into and he wasn't supposed to. And they were like, we got to deal with this somehow, but we can deal with this at the same way. And let's get rid of this kid. Everybody's attention is going to be drawn over here and we can deal with him at the same time. That is where I think that comes into play. And in some senses, I know it sounds crazy, folks, but does it really? Does it really? Thank you so much, Kay. God bless, hon. I appreciate you so much. And also Miss Kelly dropped another one. Thank you so much again. Coffee talk. Appreciate you. That's where my feelings come from with this. Okay. And, there was something going on physically. I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was something going on. Now, don't forget. Okay. I'm telling you, I still think that MPD was being investigated by the FBI. The FBI was on the ground. There were 50 plus agents on the ground. Okay. Working two separate pre-existing investigations before this happened. Well, what were they investigating that was so important on a college campus? They were intermingled. We've heard that through other people, so on and so forth. Okay, fine. There's something there to that. That's where I think Brian comes into play here. That's the only way he could fit into this. He's not from this area. Okay, plus that probably helped them because they don't want it to be somebody that's from there. It's got to be an outsider. It makes more sense. And so it had to be an outsider. They found this. It was probably perfect for them because it's going to shut him down. It's going to do this. It's going to do that. And they're going to have their guy. And it fits, it's just one person. So it seems like that was always going to be the story here, guys. Just one person. Okay. And every time we've talked about, or anybody ever brought up that was there somebody else involved, possibly, it was always shot out of the air right away before it could even have any wings. I'm just saying. So thank you guys so very much for the support. I love you guys so much and appreciate you more than you know. You guys are killing me tonight with this. I love it, love it. Appreciate you so much. But on we go.
Kaylee and Madison arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. after visiting a local bar and a street food vendor. Ethan and Xana were also out in the community at Sigma Chi, and they arrived home at approximately 1:45 a.m. Two surviving roommates who were also out in The community arrived home at approximately 1 a.m.
Okay, now we now know that the first two statements he made are complete bullshit. They're not true. Okay, one specifically is absolutely way off that we know of. But 1:45, they say that that's when Kaylee and Maddie got home. Well, we were told 1:56, but okay. And now they're saying that Xana and Ethan were home at 1:45. We don't have a time for them, folks. Or do we? Were they home already? Eddie's brought this up more than once, okay? Were they home already? And were they in the room with the door shut and nobody saw them? Anybody prove to me that that's not possible? Because you can't. You can't prove that because we don't truly know. Because there is no timeline for them. All the way up till 4 a.m. when they were supposedly, or hell, truly, yeah, I'll just give it that, to around 4 something when she was seen supposedly by Dylan, which I don't believe that either. But and it's Sigma Chi. That, shame on you. You live there. Anyway, yeah, agreed, Annie. I think we need to see proof of these things and times and all that somehow, because there isn't any. And they're saying that Dylan and Bethany came home around 1. Well, how do we know that for sure? This is all based on word of mouth. Okay, that's the problem. So once again, just pointing these things out, guys, that we already know.
Later, on the morning of November 13th, at 11:58 a.m., a 911 call was placed. The call reported an unconscious person. The call originated from inside the residence, and a surviving roommate's cell phone was used. During that call, the dispatcher spoke to multiple people who were on scene. Moscow police officers responded and found 2 victims.
You know, that could be, but that came after this, though, Yvonne. I think they were looking at Brian after this hit headlines for the Dana Smithers thing. I don't think it was before. I think it was after. That's what I'm saying. Right, like, and coincided with. That's my opinion, of course. I'll see. Lucy says they never looked at him. BK was mass reported after a creator prompted her subs to report. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Lucy's right. And then his parents had to testify about something to prove that he wasn't any possible that he didn't do it, from my understanding. There are articles that talk about his per the straight. Yeah, that's right. She's right. Somebody showed that to me about 2 years ago. I do remember that. Good point, Lucy. Thank you.
On the 2nd floor, and on the 3rd floor of 1122 King Road. The results of autopsies indicated that the 4 were stabbed multiple times and were likely asleep during the attack. Some had defensive wounds, and there was no sign of sexual assault. We do not believe the following individuals were involved: the 2 surviving roommates, the male seen in a grub truck video circulating on the internet, a private party who drove Kaylee and Madison home, any of the individuals who spoke to the dispatcher on the 911 call. We're also aware of a male whom Madison and Kaylee had called several times the morning of November 13th. We do not suspect that individual. Detectives have canvassed the neighborhoods looking for evidence, physical evidence, video surveillance, and they've contacted numerous residents to see if anybody may have seen or heard anything. They continue requesting tips that can be sent to our tip line or called into our tip line. The specific areas that we're interested in are detailed on maps on our city website and our Facebook page, but as stated earlier, generally south of Taylor Avenue to Police River Drive, in the area west of US 95 over to the Arboretum. We have heard mention that Kaylee stated she may have had a stalker. Detectives have been looking into that, and to this point have been unable to corroborate the statement, although we continue to seek information and tips regarding that report. No suspects have been named or arrested, and we continue looking for what we believe to be a fixed blade knife used in the murders. We have not released the names of any of the subjects who spoke on the 911.
I do not understand why it has to be a fixed blade knife, because that makes no sense. It makes no sense. Oh, yeah, that's right. Shannon Gray. Good point. Nothing, Aquarian. He still lives over there in his own weird little world. Anyway, on we go.
911 call, and we have not released the call itself. Any online reports of the victims being tied and gagged are not accurate. Regarding the resources that we've put forth in this investigation, Moscow Police Department has 4 detectives, 24 patrol officers, and 5 support staff dedicated to this investigation. The FBI has 22 investigators in Moscow and 20 additional agents assigned in various locations, as well as 2 members of the Behavioral Analysis Unit. The Idaho State Police has 20 investigators, a public information team.
Oh, I misquoted something. I said I spoke on their attorney, not their private investigator. I'm sorry. So ignore what I said.
A forensic services and crime scene team, and 15 uniformed troopers who have been valuable in helping provide community patrols and safety patrols. We very much appreciate their support. This is our highest priority. It will remain our highest priority. We owe that to the families. At this time, I would like to introduce Colonel Kedrick Wills from the Idaho State Police.
Thank you, Captain, and thank you for those that are in attendance today for your attendance. We really appreciate this. What has affected Moscow and the community here has affected all of us as Idahoans. We have a way in Idaho that the communities come together in tough times, and this is one of those tough times. Leads from the community are important, and as the captain spoke, no tip is too small, and we would urge anybody that has any information whatsoever to please provide that to help us solve this case. The lead agency of this case is Moscow Police Department with Chief Fry and his dedicated team of professionals, and the Idaho State Police's role is to support them and their good work here. There is an awful lot of efforts going on behind the scenes, and I'll explain why.
Yep, bingo, Gigi. That's right. And she came in here attacking me because of what things I was saying. I remember. Thank you, Lucy. Or whoever said it. Who was it that said it? Yvonne. Thank you, Yvonne. Yes, she was a mess. Good God. Horrible mess.
Why it's behind the scenes in just a moment. But what can't be seen isn't always known of what we do in law enforcement. And I'd like to explain that in just a moment. But the Idaho State Police and the FBI continue to provide resources to this investigation. I would like to speak for just a moment, if I could, not about this specific case, but rather an overview of how cases are investigated, so that maybe it'll give some sense of the why of the timeline here. We understand you want answers. We want answers too. But these take time, and if I could explain just a minute about the process here of what we go through just generally in investigations. So we use in advanced investigative techniques and crime scene processing. So what happens when a call comes in, the original officers, the first officers that respond.
Mama Bear, have a great night. Get some sleep. Thank you so much for joining us. It was great. I'm grateful that you joined us tonight. It was great to have you back up here for a little bit.
Thanks. It was good to be back.
We missed you. Have a good night. Get some sleep. Hopefully I'll talk to you sometime tomorrow, maybe.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, hon. Good night.
Night.
Onto a scene, and then once that they've got their work there and determined that they need some additional investigative assistance, then they call investigators to come and help process that scene. And oftentimes it requires a forensics team to help process that scene. And when I say process the scene, what we're looking for is we're looking for any evidence that may help us to be able to find the people or person responsible for what we're seeing. And so we're collecting biological evidence, we're collecting latent evidence, whether it's shoe prints or tire marks or anything like that. We're trying to collect that evidence. We're trying to correct, we do that through photographs. We do that through 3D mapping to be able to map the scene. We identify and we mark evidence, and then we collect that evidence. And then we look for any evidence that we think may be helpful. And once that is done, then we package all that evidence up and we send it off to forensics laboratories to be analyzed to see if it can help provide clues of what's happening. All of this takes an immense amount of time. The reason this is important to understand is because it's important that while this is such a tragic circumstance that we find ourselves in law enforcement, we believe we owe this to the surviving families to get this right. And so we're not willing to sacrifice speed for quality. We do testing for blood, we do latent print processing, any documentations for anything at the scene so that we can reconstruct that scene at a later date. If I could share just a few statistics of this particular crime scene. At this crime scene, we collected 103 pieces of individual evidence. We took approximately 4,000 photographs. We've conducted multiple 3D scans of the residence, and we have hundreds of hours used by technicians and investigators, including our forensics team and detectives from multiple agencies. We've processed over 1,000 total tips and conducted 150 interviews. I hope that you understand that gives a little bit of a perception of just how complex this case is. We have the utmost confidence in this investigation and that this investigation will be done right. We ask you and we ask the public to please remain patient as this investigation unfolds. And please rely on official sources of information. We really appreciate the media's assistance. We know you have a job to do. We know that you're professionals and you do it to the best of your ability. And we're thankful that you're here, because without you, we could not get the correct information to the community that could help us solve this. So I can't overemphasize how much I appreciate and we appreciate in law enforcement your willingness to do this. What you are doing matters. And it matters in what we are committed to doing, and that is the best way we can think of to honor these victims and their families is to conduct this investigation correctly. Finally,
Dale, right there, pause.
That I've been in regular contact with Idaho's Governor Brad Little throughout this investigation. Governor Little is making available up to $1 million for expenses related to this ongoing investigation. As you heard, the resources that are here in Moscow and throughout with this investigation, you can see that those expenses would add up quickly. Like all Idahoans, Governor Little is deeply saddened by the loss of these 4 bright and promising young lives. And he's making sure the state of Idaho provides all of the resources possible to ensure that the person or persons responsible for this are brought to justice. I'd now like to turn the time over to the University of Idaho President, Scott Green.
There you go.
And I'm Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho. We deeply appreciate the kind words of support we have been receiving from our alumni and friends, as well as many others.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. My apologies.
That's okay. The colonel literally trying to sell so hard that they're doing it right while busy not doing it correctly.
Absolutely.
I have never seen in a case before where they make such this fantastic effort trying to explain, give a play-by-play and what, obfuscate, and we got all this and very difficult. This is challenging. This is tough work, and I mean that you don't have to do that. You just do your job. That part takes care of itself. You don't have to try to convince people.
Very good point. Yes, sir.
That's
out there, right?
A guilty conscience. What does that say?
Oh yeah. No,
agreed. No, yeah. Guilty conscience needs no accuser. Am I close? You all know what I'm saying.
I do 100% agree
That's
with
a
you.
guilty conscience speaking right there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Makes it make sense. You're guilty. You feel guilty about what's going on in some aspect. And yeah, no, I get it. 100%. Absolutely 100%. I get it. So yeah, good point, bud. Good point. And again, here we are back with this Joker again. Every time there's a conversation about this case, this guy's involved. He should not be involved at all. It's crazy. It's like walking off work sick and throwing. Yeah, right. Good point. Good point, Lucy. I like that. That's a good way to put it. Very good way to put it. Very interesting.
Yeah, calling in to work sick, and of course, the cough.
Yeah, good point. Throwing it in. I'm not gonna make it in. I'm not feeling good. Right. I love you, Lucy. You're a trip.
Who may not know us but have taken time to reach out. People are donating to the victims' GoFundMe pages and the Bruce Pittman Fund for students in need, and they're buying personal devices for our students and continuing to look for other ways that they can help. This is what it means to be a vandal. In the last 24 hours, we have sent updated communications to our students, employees, parents, and alumni. And in those communications, we discuss campus security, services available to our students and employees, our plans for both remote and live instruction to close the semester, and our plans for a candlelight vigil on November 30. All of this is available on our website. We all want swift justice and continue to work with law enforcement to aid them in any way helpful to their investigation.
Which is truly what he's saying he wants. That we all want swift justice, meaning he wants an answer to this now. He wants this shut down now. He wants this solved yesterday. They have to have somebody, period. That's what this is about with him. He stayed up their ass the whole time. Is it done? You got him. We got to solve this. He couldn't handle it, folks. And that's why he was constantly involved through this. Plus, there's other things, I think, too. I'll just leave it there.
You know what's interesting, Dago, is so what happens if the quadruple homicide never happened? Like, so in other words, Brian Kohlberger is like digging up this dirt. He's finding out things that he shouldn't be finding out.
That's a good question,
Does
Eddie.
he just graduate and then like no one offers him a job in the state of Washington or Idaho, so he goes back home to Pennsylvania and gets a job?
Does he expose?
In the parallel universe? Is that how it goes? Or is like, did they have like these evil plans for him like all along or something?
That's an interesting point. I mean, would he have exposed whatever this is possibly? If this is what it truly is, I imagine he could have or would have exposed it, but he would have went to the wrong direction because Brian trusts law enforcement. Brian wanted to be law enforcement, and Brian doesn't see the forest for the trees, okay? He just sees the forest. That's it. And I'm not saying he's dumb. He's
naive.
Very naive, and he's very matter-of-factly by the book, all that. So he's going to see the reality that they want him to see, regardless of what's going on behind the scenes. And so if he goes to, he approaches the chief of police and says, hey, just so you know, trying to be impressive to him to help him get the job. I kind of was doing some research and found out this, and this. And the chief just kind of goes, interesting. And asked him 35 other questions that have no one right there at that point. He will not get the job. That's done. Okay. Which is why Jenke says, in my opinion, that he was a little off. He was a little strange. No, he wasn't. There's nothing wrong with him in that aspect. He'd have probably been great at what he was trying to get a job doing, but that's fine. But you brought something up to you that nobody's supposed to know about. Oh shit, what do we do now? On the phone with whoever's over here in Moscow, like, hey, this dude knows about this, that, and everything else. Guys, this is all absolute speculative theory. I'm just saying. It's very possible. But Eddie got a great question. Would Brian have exposed this some other way? because he would have been shut down, would he have ended up being found dead somewhere?
Right.
Okay. Kicked out of school, never hired in this area. Whatever. Okay. Would he have been failed out of school? Whatever. I'm just saying, any of these things I can see being plausible because of something he may have known. Worst case scenario, of course, is his life being taken for some aspect. I'm just saying. But again, there's more to it than just that, I think. But quite interestingly enough, I'm just saying, what would have happened? Would he have been able to expose it? And it would have never gotten to this point, sadly, things like that. But that's a great question, Eddie. Great question, bud.
Because right now he is literally a political prisoner.
Yeah.
His voice has been muted.
Oh, yeah.
No matter what he says at this point, he will have no voice. He cannot say anything. He has no clout. He has been ruined, his reputation. And whatever he says, it'll be easy to attack it and to claim, that there's a raving lunatic speaking here. Look what he professes, right?
Yeah.
He's saying all these things. He's a convicted murderer.
Absolutely. On a quadruple homicide, right? Yeah.
They buried him underneath the prison is what they've done.
And then in turn silenced him in other aspects by saying, well, at this point, anything he says, why would you believe him? It's going to be lies. They made this kid as absolutely uncredible as possible to the world, period. Every bit of, you guys have heard me say this thousands of times, but the whole propaganda train, sorry guys, I got the hiccups a little bit, that they've been running from day one on this. They made sure that they created a monster out of him, and they've left him that way. And like Eddie said, they buried him under the prison. Anything this man says is not going to be found as being credible to anybody except for people like us, but that's it. Okay. And anything he says is going to be found to be a lie. Why would anybody believe him? It's really sad. What if Ellie paid BK off or moved to another country after a sentence? Was the judge involved? We can go that. I mean, to some aspect, I have to say that Hitler was involved. Maybe not directly, but indirectly after the point. Obviously, he was, because of what he did with the with them at the hearings. I don't believe that he planned on being involved in that aspect. That's me. But I think at some point when the venue change happened, I think at that point is when he became involved. And then he, again, basically, in my opinion, worked for the prosecution and helped them to prosecute any way they could to get this kid taken down. That's exactly how I saw it. And then you noticed a change in him. You noticed a change in him immediately after he took a plea deal. He was Mr. Polite, Mr. Koberger, this and that. You don't have to stand. You're okay. Thank you for your respect, this and that. The moment that the man took a plea deal, Hitler turned into the devil with him, if you noticed. He was calling him out, telling, you cannot wear street clothes now. You can't do this. You can't do that. You'll be this, you'll be that. Who's to believe anything he says? He's a liar. He's this, he's that. I mean, the man flipped a switch, folks. That tells me he put on a show for the whole world because he was there already. This thing here and all this, he knew where he was going with this. He knew what he wanted. His mind was made up. End of story. And it's crazy to me. Crazy.
The other interesting thing about that plea hearing is, the state's recitation of factual basis when at the end, when Bill Thompson says, now here's what happened. He goes into the house like this through the slider, then he walks upstairs, and then from upstairs he goes to downstairs into that bedroom, and that whole thing, there's a reason why the state is saying that, and that is because we have been saying that. We took the PCA and daily we discussed, we repeated these things over and over. We tried to build, with what all these loose pieces, so to speak, that they've given us, and we tried to make it make sense. And we've put that whole thing together, even to the point where one content creator, she was really good, and I'm not assigning fault, open mind, but she even did an animation about it. And it's not her, she didn't conceive the idea, we all did. She just put it in animated form, and now we can visualize it. So now it's been repeated so many times that, you know, the silhouette figure goes upstairs and so on and so forth.
Right.
We've seen that over and over, and that has become reality. They let us do that, and because that is the public's reality now, then that is the reason why the state believes that to be the factual summary, is because why tell a different factual summary when that's already our reality, and there's no breaking us from that vision. That version is the truth to us now. It has been repeated so often.
Good point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Great point. Great point.
And again, it didn't go down like that in that house. Furthest thing from it.
Very good point too. Yes, think about that, folks. Furthest thing from it, like he said. Try to remember that too, because it very important point of view, in my opinion. Green wanted somebody arrested. Oh yeah, yeah, and like they've stated it before, they didn't want it to be one of them. Had to be an outsider. Agreed. Funny thing is Steve thinks that he's one of them. Okay, and knows he's not at this point. He was a transplant from California. He's not an Idahoan. He moved to Idaho, and he thinks, and he tried to play it out as if he was one. Their whole family, they were all, you know, they're not one of us that did this. But neither are you, because they lied to you and they told you, bro. So you're not either. You're not as important as you think you are. And that's a damn shame. Damn shame.
Investigation continues. We will better know how to proceed in the new year. We will endeavor to find the balance among safety concerns, the need to grieve, and the long-term needs of all of our students and employees. Through everything we do, we will keep Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan, as well as their families and friends, in our thoughts and our prayers. Thank you. I'm sorry, I need to introduce Deputy City Supervisor Tyler Palmer. Tyler, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Palmer. I'm Deputy City Supervisor with the City of Moscow, and I'm here today on behalf of Mayor Arthur Betke, the Moscow City Council, and Moscow City Administration. The loss of Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan has sent an overwhelming, palpable wave of grief, confusion, sorrow, and anger through our peaceful community. Mayor Betke, with the support of our City Council, has instructed staff to marshal all necessary resources for our law enforcement professionals as they diligently work to assure the safety of every member of this community and find the person or people responsible for this. The outpouring of support, kindness, and genuine empathy locally and even globally has been a humbling reminder that those who want to help far outnumber those who want to hurt. And we take some solace in that. To all of you who've reached out, sent letters and cards, provided food for those working around the clock on this investigation, and offered other resources, we thank you sincerely. These continued acts of charity and humanity remind us why we live in.
Oh yeah, no. He's from California. They're all from California. There's no, They moved there after the fact. So I don't know what I just did to this screen, but my apologies. Hold on. Anyway, so yeah. That is not at all how that worked out. I must have clicked something over here because I can't see it now. Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry. Yep, I did. This one. Or didn't I? Oh, shit. I don't know. Hold on a minute. I don't know what I did, but okay. Moving on. Or wait, did I do this? Oh, there's Eddie. Okay. What the hell did I do here, you guys? Always pushing buttons and screwing something up. Sorry, you guys. Okay. There we go. Got it back. Sorry about that. On we go.
This tight-knit, caring community. The city of Moscow is committed to seeing this investigation through to a successful end and will continue to dedicate whatever resources are necessary for that effort. We are thankful for the immense support from the University of Idaho.
Yeah, that's funny, and he's right. Steve did make a statement that that's one of the reasons why they chose to move to Idaho, because they had the death penalty. Well, how'd that work out for you, Steve? Because it didn't happen, did it? No. It's almost like they knew something was going to happen. I hate saying that, but that statement, it sure as hell makes you go, what the hell? But I know it's not true, guys. I'm not saying that at all, but it's just crazy. Very weird. And always talking about an outsider this and an outsider that. It is a very strange thing to say. We chose Idaho because they had the death penalty. Okay, Steve. All right, Twizzy. Take care, bro. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night, bro. Good to see you. Glad you're doing okay.
Idaho, Lake County, Governor Little and his office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Moscow's my home. And I know we won't be defined by tragedy, but how we respond to it. We mourn the loss of these beautiful young people, and we will relentlessly pursue justice on their behalf. Thank you.
So we would like to open it up to any questions, but I would like to ask if there's an Argonaut reporter here that would like to ask, and then second after that, an Evergreen reporter, if there's one in the room. So let's start with the Argonaut, please.
I'm with the OCC Pathfinder. Can I speak?
James Torman Aldrich with the Argonaut. I have two questions, if that's all right. Firstly being what the police presence is going to look like after Thanksgiving break and how long that's going to last.
So I'll go ahead and answer. The police presence is going to be very heavy after the break. We have Idaho State Patrol that will also still be in the area, and you'll see a high impact of patrol officers and troopers, as well as Lake County Sheriff's Department personnel in the area.
And then secondly, will there be any possibility of the release of the 911 phone call, even in transcript form?
Not at this time. That's part of our investigation.
See, that bothers the shit out of me. How is that call part of your investigation? I mean, I know why I would pull it and investigate it, but at that point in time, you know what I mean? Truly, it's very strange. Go ahead, Eddie. I think you're going to say something.
Yeah, I didn't hear what the question was from the reporter.
And they asked at any time, are you going to be releasing the 911 call, even in transcript form? And he says, no, that's part of our investigation.
Oh,
and
okay.
I just don't. Explain that, Fry. Explain that, please. Why? At this point now, especially now that we know it, why is that call part of your investigation? And if you guys remember something, Hunter himself states that he was dishonest about the 911 call in the Dateline. I think it was the Dateline hit piece. I think. Don't quote me, but I'll find it out for sure. But it was talked about this morning in our morning show, or the earlier show today. Somebody brought that up too, and he did. He talked about the dishonesty that happened within the call, or something like that. I can't remember exactly how it went down, but and maybe they were investigating the call. I don't know, guys, but come on. Like at this point, I'm pretty sure they knew pretty much everything they needed to know at this point.
Well,
just saying.
If it is indeed scripted, which it is, because it comes across as corny to us, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So how much more corny would it appear to those who know it's scripted and who were behind, the fact that it was scripted?
Right.
It would appear to them even more so corny.
Sure. Sure. Very
And
good
therefore,
point.
you wouldn't want to. Yeah, you wouldn't want to let anyone see that because everybody would. Like, huh?
Yes. Right. Thank you. Can you imagine? Here's a thought, folks, for you, and that's why I'm glad that we're having this discussion tonight before we did anything. If we do anything else at all, it doesn't matter. The discussion's important at this point now. Okay. And it has been throughout the day. We've been discussing all these little things here and there, but I thought a discussion plus with what Eddie and stuff we're showing to you guys earlier with Jules and all that, these discussions are important at this point to figure out, kind of like what Lucy said earlier, how, why, and when, where, and how, how, when, where, why, all that stuff, how this is all going down, why. Sorry. I just like double, tripled what I said. But anyway, and yeah, it does. It comes across as that added cough. Okay. But imagine, stop and think for a minute. If 2.5 years ago, after this press conference, they would have released that 911 call. Can you imagine how this would have went down from that point forward? Think about that for a minute.
Conversation would have just taken a whole different turn.
And at that point, do you think that Brian would be sitting in prison right now? I don't. Because I think that if that would have came out then, oh my God, all hell would have broke loose in that aspect. And the defense would have went nuts with this and just pulled it apart. Okay. Now we know she heard it and she had to have known. And that's why when Ann was saying, I'm about, not tonight, but we're going to be going back and looking through some of these hearings and some of the things that she was saying and pulling out what she was actually saying, folks. Okay. Because I caught on to some things that she was saying. For instance, the hearing we watched with Judge. Okay. Where he looks at her and says, I feel your pain. I know what you're talking about. I know where you're at. I got you. I get it. Did he really? I think he did. And she looks at him and says, Your Honor, you have no idea how much stuff is wrong with this, basically. There a lot. We know that. But look at it. Think about that. If this would have came out instead, anyone that even questioned how the roommates didn't hear anything, we were. Lucy, we were. We could not, Eddie, you remember this. You were here for this, guys. I'm telling you, for those of you that weren't here, going back, we were not allowed to talk about anything other than Brian after he was arrested and what happened to the victims. That was it. There was nothing else. If you brought up one of the roommates, oh my God, you were a piece of garbage. You couldn't say nothing. You're such a bad person. We weren't allowed to do it. Sarge left. And as soon as that started to happen, like almost immediately when people started saying, okay, hold on now, we got some issues with these two roommates. Guess what happened, guys? Bing, bang, bong. The Linda Lane footage dropped. Just like that. And everybody went, what the hell? And ran to the left and jumped all over the Linda Lane footage, folks. Facts. So tell me that didn't happen on purpose. We know at this point. We know. See? And Lucy's right behind me with the same thing. It's like a strategy. Yes. Okay. This again, smoke and mirrors. And who's behind the Linda Lane footage, folks? Think about it for a minute. I know you guys know this. Who is behind the Linda Lane footage? You killed it again, Dylan. What the hell, bro? You're killing it. You gotta be careful in that X stuff, dude. I told you. But who leaked the Linda Lane footage? I know you guys know this. Or who was behind, at least partially behind the leak of the Linda Lane footage? Steve Gonsalves. He admitted to it. Okay. He gave it to another creator out here that had no idea what to do with it. She told me herself. I'm not going to put her name out there. For those of you that know, you know.
Yeah, I think I know.
Yeah, for those of you that know, you know. And then she didn't know what to do. She had no idea how to release this. And there was a copy sent to the police. And it was released. It was sent to me. A couple other people got it too. And we were like, what the hell are we supposed to do with this? We had no idea. but that's what he did. Now, you tell me why a family member to the victim would do something like that. Now, the talk was that he wanted to know the truth behind it. Is there truth here? Is there something here that we should know? Yes, Dylan, from my understanding, he's still out there doing it. I'm just saying. So that, and then he admits at some point to and I want to call it a conspiracy, but the conspiracy of leaking information that wasn't true to an extent. Now, we know that Linda Lane footage had been screwed with. Okay. There's not probably, I can almost promise you, there's not a raw and true copy out there ever anymore that exists. So think about how that happened. Think about how that happened. As soon as we started to look at the roommates and question the roommates. Boom, Linda Lane's out. It's put out by somebody on that side. And we weren't to look at it. And I spent, I don't know, Jesus, for those of you that are in here with me and have been, I don't know, Eddie, you were here too. I spent a solid nonstop 3 days going through the Linda Lane footage. And I just like, okay, I see this. We hear this. And I was trying to debunk all of the ridiculous things. I heard him fall down in the bedroom from here. No, you didn't. And I heard this and I heard that. And then, no, you didn't. Okay. And we figured out that's when Rory ends up going there and we try to figure out the whole fishbowl sounding thing and all that stuff. And we worked it all out, guys. And in that period of time, it completely drew our attention away from those two, because then after that hit, more stuff starts coming out. So it took our attention to that. They kept our attention away from Dylan and Bethany consecutively for at least 2.5 years, or at least 2 years. Let me say 2 years. I'm not saying that we weren't looking at them, and I'm not saying that we weren't still thinking about them, but we didn't talk about them because we weren't supposed to. We weren't allowed to. We were bad people. So they kept bringing us more shit to keep our faces and our thoughts away from that side of things. It was crazy. So I'm just saying, remember that stuff. And it's insane. Every time something, it's almost like every time we were to be able to start look at something that would make some sense, go that way. Look over there. Because the school is putting him out there because nobody will question the parents of the victims. Thank you. You can't call bullshit on parents that lost kids, and the school is well versed in. 100%. 100% Wazowski, and you know that. And we were not. Oh my God. Can you imagine, you guys, if in November of 22, somebody would have called out one of the Gonsalves family members like that they do now? Can you imagine what would happen? Your channel would be gone. I'm telling you, your channel would be gone. You'd have been struck down. And then Steve and Bradley, yeah, I had that conversation because Brat was part of like our group and was telling me this and telling me that. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, where are you getting this from? Steve's giving it to me. Okay. I didn't believe her, prove it to me. Well, I can't show it to you because he doesn't want me to. Then how do we know that's true? And I finally got her to send me some Facebook text messages and stuff like that. And I seen it and I'm like, okay, Gonzo Gonsalves. There it is. Bingo. Fine. So why is he saying this stuff? Well, she had a whole other ulterior motive on this. She said she was working with Howard Blum, okay, which ended up being not true. She was looking for money, folks. That's all she was doing at that point. Whatever. That's her business. I don't care. I'm not going to talk down about her, but it caused a rift and more issues and kept us distracted again. So think about it, okay? Every time we started to get to a point where we were going to talk about something that could start to make us, I guess, look in a direction that would make some of this make sense, we were thrown something else. Another curveball. More smoke and mirrors. It's absolute total distraction through the whole thing. And it has always been. And the point behind it, in my opinion, folks, is to keep us nothing but 150% absolutely confused about this entire thing the whole time. Because guess what it did? It's confused me to some extent. And I'm going to have to say it because I know at some point, even though he's been on point from the beginning almost, Eddie had some confused thoughts as well with this. I know he's almost perfect with it, folks, but still, don't let your head swell up, bud. There's only so much room up here. And it definitely confused me and quite a few other people in here. But Eddie kind of called this from the beginning. He looked at a few things. We went over some things in the very, very beginning with this, the PCA. And he was just trying to pretty much, he said, nope. Okay. We're done. That's it. This is where we're at. Dago, I'm telling you, this is what it is. And of course, me, Mr. I don't know. And I'm sure you got tired of hearing that, Eddie. Like, how many sighs did you leave here with going, Jesus Christ, am I ever going to get to this guy? You know what I mean? But still, I mean, facts are facts, That's okay. I'm not ashamed.
I just figured I'll just try again tomorrow.
Right. It was like every other day. All right, tomorrow's another day. We'll get there sooner or later. And it took a long time. But yeah, I fully believe the entire conversation was created to distract. Amen. Thank you. And then to circle back to Eddie's OG point at the start of the live, in the same conversation, Steve sends that still of the 11-12 camera and says this is a still from the camera that we saw the girls being dropped. See? Think about that. Being dropped off, which so many people thought for so long that the 11-19 home was the 11-22 home. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That is where we're going to tell you guys what we were talking about with the cameras and stuff earlier. Don't ask me why I'm playing with this thing. Anyway, there is more cameras. There's footage. And I'm telling you, the footage on these other cameras has the truth on it. Facts are facts. They were taken, I don't know if it's 11-19 or what's the other one, Lucy? There's another one. But Rory found him, okay? He found him. We look dead at these cameras. They're not going to, in my opinion, nobody's going to have these damn cameras if they're not activated. They're not activated. And there's something on those cameras that nobody was ever going to see because it has full truth on it. And I think that at some point, that's one of the cameras that Olivia saw that either got confused or law enforcement actually allowed her. I think she said she went and got it. But I don't believe that because we know the struggle that law enforcement had with the 11-12 camera. Remember? Was it 17 days to be able to process the footage on there to get it right? And it had to be sent from the owner of her phone or some. It's a big mess, which I don't believe that happened. I think they were doing what they had to do to cut and clip pieces out of this to be able to show us what they did show us from that camera. Okay. Because if they showed us the whole thing, we're going to know the truth. That's, again, this is my opinion, but that's what I think happened.
Annie Ruler, you're right, too.
Mm-hmm. That's what Sarge got pissed off about. At that point, at that point in time, I was basically informed that I had to follow the PCA no matter what. That's all. And because I wanted to stick to facts, folks. There was too much bullshit going on, and I was hit hard enough by other channels and other people saying stupid shit, because I'm allowing people to have a voice and have their own mind. But we weren't allowed. And that's why Sarge disappeared for a little while back then, because it was like, this is bullshit. If I can't point out what I think is truly going on, then what the fuck's the point in talking? I don't blame him. And we finally got past that. And I finally told everybody, I'm like, you know what? Piss on this. They're not going to run what I'm doing. I have my own mind. And so does the rest of you. We have the right to see and think what we feel. And that's when I started going in this direction with this. And then once all this other shit went down, of course, is when everything dropped. And I just finally was like, here's what it is. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, you all know, I've been saying it for months now, that camera that they saw was of the other house from 11-12 footage, in my opinion. Oh, it could be. It could be, but if they saw another house, though, Rach, that's the thing. What do you mean, that they saw somebody else getting dropped off and then taking their dog out at that other house? The thing that gets me, though, is because she said she saw them go in the house and bring Murphy back out. If that's true, then you'd realize that was not your sister. That was Maddie and Bethany, unless she confused her because it was grainy. I don't know, but that makes no sense. I think they would have looked at it enough, though, to realize that, though. That's weird. I don't know. It could be, Rach. You could be right. They released Chief Fry that wasn't Chief Fry at the Corner Club, Annie. That was the owner of the Corner Club. He just kind of resembled him, and everybody automatically thought it was him. I had to debunk that a long time ago for a lot of people, but that's not Chief Fry. That's the actual owner of the corner, or one of the owners of the Corner Club, but he does resemble him a lot. And Jack is there, yes, and everybody else. They could have. A lot of people. I mean, it could be Rach. I don't know. It's a possibility, yes. But I thought it was. I think it's what is it, Lucy? The 1119 that is almost directly across the street from 1122, kind of at a little bit of an angle. I think that because I know there's a camera there on that corner of that house. That's what I think is the camera she saw and maybe got confused or was told it was another camera and said that for that reason. Through the whole thing, cat lady, through the whole thing. Yeah, Murphy was walked out back according to the documents. And my question is that someone comes out of at 3:30. Okay, so yeah, that's where the house was. The corner of that house, there was a corner there or a camera there, and then there's one next to it to the right of it. There's a camera there that Rory found too. So the 712 Taylor doesn't have a camera. Okay. Anywho, great conversation so far, but on we go.
You know what's interesting? Real quick, we were talking about the release of the Linda Lane footage and how it was leaked out and who leaked it out. So I want to recall everybody's memory to this is that was July 1st when Sleuthy Goosey was texting, whoever she was texting about that footage. And she has those texts to show it. And within those texts, it says that Xana begged for her life at 1:32 a.m. Which is interesting because I wonder if there's truth in that now. Because it kind of goes with, this working theory of two different times within the house where, the attacks happened per se. And just something to think about. That's a detail. Who comes up with a detail like that? And Dago, you're muted.
Sorry about that, you guys. My son just called in while I was sitting there. But yeah, Eddie, I agree with you. Sorry, I didn't get to respond to you. Lucy says I have the archives of the OG uploads from Powerpuff. Oh, wow. See, that was probably the closest, or no. Was it Powerpuff or was it, what's her name? Lucy, what was her name? She came out with it, I thought, first. It wasn't Huda. It was, Veritas Aquatus or something like that. Wasn't that the first creator to drop it besides, yeah. I thought it was Veritas Aquatus or whatever, however you pronounce it. Yeah, Veritas, that's it. And then the Powerpuffs drop. Okay. So I'm guessing that the most closest drop of that footage that came from a creator would have had to have been Veritas before it was ruined. And I think it was still even messed with at that point. Just saying. So, and it's crazy. It is crazy how it was released and why. That's all I can say. The sergeant, drove me nuts. Could not speak of anything that wasn't said. Yeah. I remember. There is one other channel name too. I can't think of her name. I know that there was a Veritas and a Powerpuff, and I thought maybe Huda. I can't remember, but again, you're right. You are right as always. All right, on we. Anyway, to relate back to what you were saying, Eddie, the last part of what you said, can you repeat just the last part?
Xana begged for her life at 132 is what
Yeah.
what it said. Whoever was texting Sleuthy, Sleuthy shared those texts.
Mm-hmm.
And that's interesting because that's quite a detail to include.
Sure is.
It makes you wonder if there's any truth to that because it kind of goes in line with, what the real time of death could be.
Yeah. And it makes some of those other videos that we've heard it makes you question them. The Linda Lane footage that we were listening to a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago now, and it was sent to me and said, here, you got to hear this. And you hear, oh my God, things like that. People are saying sounds like Xana, and it does. And you hear a male voice screaming and so on and so forth. And it was around 1 something. Okay. And then you hear Stacy Chapin say 2 o'clock is a dark hour, blah, blah, blah. Is that maybe, it makes everybody question everything, folks. We've always questioned the timelines. MPD themselves questioned the timeline. They put out at 3 to 4 a.m., then it goes all the way to 4:20. They changed so many things that Xana's last exchange on, was it Snapchat or Instagram? Snapchat, I think it was. Was it 4:16 or 4:12? Sorry. And then for whatever reason, they had to hurry up and throw it back to 3:16. But people still stuck with the 4:12. Interesting, isn't it? But how easy would it be to take a recording that was 2 days earlier and just put thank you, senior. Yes, it's not hard at all. If you know how Outcast has proven how easy it is to do this shit. He showed me, it was like, Diggle, you can change a timestamp on a body cam. You can change a timestamp on these cameras. Of course, Jeff argued with that, but I don't even care at that point. But they do it all the time. You just have to know how to get in and do it. That's it. Period. That's all they had to do. So yeah, the 132. It's always made me wonder. And in the interview we hear with who did the was it Maury that did the Dylan interview?
Yes.
Okay. Bingo. He says when she talks about the screaming stuff, he goes, so was this at 132 or was this she goes, and she interrupts him right away and says, no, 4. There's that 132 time again. Okay, remember, I don't have great short-term memory, but I have good long-term memory. Okay, that time comes up more than once, you guys. There's got to be a reason for that. It's not a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences in this shit. There's a reason that time comes up again. Maybe that's part of the real story that has been denied us. Just think about it. I'm not saying that it was 132 for sure. All I'm telling you is it's interesting that it comes up again more than once. Or 1:32 o'clock, whatever it is, in between that time. I'm just saying, okay? The point is that whether it's, understand me, whether it's 1:32, like the number 1:32, or 1:32 o'clock, the point is it's a different time than what we were told.
Right.
And it's come up more than once. That's the point that I'm trying to make. In different circumstances. So that's what I'm saying. Point that out and look at that for a minute. That's all. I get what you mean, Fizzy. Thank you, hon. We can't say anything for sure because they have never given us right. Never. This happened between 3 and 4. Then it happened at 4:20 because you see a car leaving at 4:20 that they know is one of their own cars or in circling. I mean, you know what I mean? They know that that's their car, but they just let it go because it fits. It's got to work. Yeah, that's the time that I think around for. It's possible. And that's the thing. If you, God, sorry, I got hiccups tonight. I don't know where they keep coming from. Probably because I'm talking too much. If you think about what Eddie said, we never were given a square time that Xana and Ethan showed up at home, except for in the press conference where they said 1:45. But then we're told in the report that they were all upstairs in Kaylee's room at 2 a.m. and Xana and Ethan weren't home. Or were they home? And they were already deceased in the bedroom with the door shut. Think about that for a minute. There's no way to know that. So maybe it was. Maybe they were two separate times.
It has to be, because that's the only way it makes sense. It explains why they're not going to tell us what time Xana and Ethan were home. And to them, the event has to be everybody all at once, nearly simultaneously, except for the fact that he had to go from upstairs to downstairs. That's the only time that separates the two different times of death, is that brief moment that it takes him to walk those steps. Because snuffing out a life is just as easy as, like snuffing out a candle. It's just that quick and easy. And you got willing participants too, and no one's making noise. I mean, the premise of that whole
well, we do have a problem.
is so ridiculous. It would make more sense that there's two different times of death, and you want to take, is least amount, if that's what you have as your goal is to, you got 4 targets, you're not going to want to do them all 4 at the same time, because it's going to be harder to control.
Right.
Things could go, easily wrong for you.
Right.
So if you have 2 gone before the other 2 even arrive home, well, what better?
And a very good point. Yes. And it could have been, that is a good point, Eddie. Good point. The only issue we have with this, okay, it's kind of something that, Senior Wazowski brought up. It's a good point too. Okay. And yes, Aquarian, I want to discuss that real quick, because there was that statement made about a 911 call made before, right before the unalivings per se, by Kaylee. I remember this. Okay. But if that did go down the way that it went down, what about the DoorDash? What's going on with the DoorDash then? That's where I have a break right there, is where it breaks, is the DoorDash. Do you know what I'm saying? Because the DoorDash arrived at 3:59, according to the records. And I'm going to guess there's usually a 15 to 20 minute allotment between call to delivery. Am I right or am I wrong? Because I don't use it very often.
Do you think we're going to see, like, so if a DoorDash really happened, then there has to be records, electronic records of that, wouldn't there be?
Say that one more time. My son just walked past and said something to me, and I got distracted. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So there would be electronic records of a DoorDash when someone's DoorDashing. That's going to be all, like, automated or whatever, recorded. And if that is the case, then do you think we're going to see that in the discovery? Do you think that will be, made public?
It absolutely should be. Yes, agreed.
Because I'm wondering now if there was even a DoorDash, or if they're just using her
that's good.
to say that she was there DoorDashing, but she never was.
That's a good question too. I mean, she was there doing something. Hey, Whiteboard, good to see you. And Nightwolf, welcome. Nightwolf says at 1:31:55, they start to mention Farley's name. Car locked at 1:34:54. K&M return now. Listen at 1:55:45. They're here. 1:55:47. Xana, listen closely. 1:56. Kaylee Manny screams. Xana, no. Pay it. Where is this at, Nightwolf? That you're referring to this? I'm sorry. I know that you had me listen to something a while back, but you're talking about this up here. So also Ethan getting paid at 1:19:50. Xana's name heard at 1:20. Are you talking about over that Linda Lane footage? Xana's name heard at 1:20:06. At 1:20:37, the SUV leaves. 1:21:25, the dog runs off, Murphy, and at 1:22:09 and 16 seconds, the SUV starts to return at 1:31. And then 1:31:55, they start to mention parlay. See, I didn't hear that at all. I know what you're talking about, though. I think I've heard other people talk about it. And Kaylee and Maddie return home. Car locked, 1:34:54. Listen, 1:55. They're here, 1:55. Xana, listen closely, 1:56. Kaylee, Maddie screams, Xana, no, pay it. Okay. I mean, I listened to it, but I guess I'm not getting it. My apologies. Interesting, though. I guess I have to go back and play that through again by myself and listen close. Pretend Bethany was not home that evening. Dylan sailed is a lie, and we can make sense of this case. Well, yeah, that's another good point, too. Didn't JLR interview the people at Jack in the Box, and they said that the person ordered a DoorDash? They did say that, but then they changed it up with Rory and somebody else, and the story's changed 15 times there, too. So I don't know what the hell to believe with that. Way back, wasn't there also a thing about Jack in the Box and Pullman wasn't open? Yes, there was, Mittens. That they weren't open that late, that it had to come from somewhere else. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. All of this was done to confuse everybody, truly. And it worked. Truly worked. So it's very interesting. We'll play a little bit more of this. And thank you, Gianna.
I mean, the fact that the DoorDasher is someone that is, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, is they're under law enforcement's thumb. Law enforcement can manipulate them in order to get them to do whatever, because they put themselves in such a compromising position, and they're willing to do whatever is required of them. So the fact that it's such a character as this is a coincidence, right? I mean,
good point.
That's just too convenient. So then, and since that's the case and the truth, then wouldn't it also stand to reason that the DoorDasher thing never even happened at all? That whole pretense is just a fabrication, and whether it's it's all the same at that point, whether the DoorDasher was really even physically there or is just someone that can be manipulated by law enforcement to say that they were there. It's all the same thing. And of course, the purpose of saying that they were there is because, yeah, conveniently you can identify the perpetrator.
Right.
But you didn't. But yet you're a clueless dope too. You weren't there long. You seen them in that brief moment, but then of course you delivered your package and you drove off before anything happened. So, that you didn't. Therefore, you didn't call 911 because you're
right.
A clueless dope. You didn't see anything. How convenient.
Good point. Good point. Good point. Yes, I've tried the tea thing. I just had some earlier, guys. I think for whatever reason, the allergies are coming back again. Sorry. But anyway, please bear with me. I know that's driving you guys nuts, but I'm doing that. I'm trying.
You got to give it to the state, though. They are so smart. They come up with this. And a think tank can do this. Before a crime even happens, they can figure all this out. Like, yeah, a DoorDasher would be the perfect way to accomplish that. I mean, it doesn't take, this is not brilliancy. It's just common sense. By the way, the media is the state's propaganda agency and has been used as such in this case, too.
Good point. Good point. Terry says, I think they needed controlled witnesses. Well, yeah.
Controlled witness. Yeah, perfect way of saying it. Goodness. Yeah, perfect. I like it.
That is a good way, Terry. Good way to put it.
I mean, if they can make cars, be where they really weren't in this case, if they can, they
Thank
can
you.
manipulate every piece of evidence.
Of
Why
course.
not even the DoorDash?
Of course. 100%. Yes. Well, they did. They've manipulated the whole entire thing, in my opinion. Read that plan in 2016, 17, and watch it all good. Right.
And of
Gotcha.
course, they even had the judge too, and knows that, and therefore it can only go one way. The outcome would only be one outcome. Somehow they can get the jury too. Don't know how,
Yeah. They would have.
but that would be easy to do, I'm sure, for them.
I think that was Brian's fear. I'll be honest with you. That
Mhm.
there was no chance.
No.
Okay. And at that point, I think that was his fear that the jury was done. He had no chance whatsoever, in my opinion. And that's how he felt. That's why he did the plea. That's how I see it, but just saying. Also, fun fact, the whole reason for the name Lucy Morning Store is a troll. The notary public listed on property deeds near 1122 as he has his business address. Oh, yeah, I knew that story. Good point, though.
See, we're slowly putting all this together over time based on, the evidence,
Right.
what little bit of evidence that we have. And Taylor would have known all this almost immediately. And then, of course, with every subsequent day or week or month hearing, whatever, it would have been reinforced. And at first, she would have probably been in denial over it. Like, really? I can't.
And she can't just put it out there like we do, you guys. I mean, think about that. You know what I mean?
She's never experienced it before, but she would have known almost early on that, what we're coming to realize right now in the moment, but she would have known it so much earlier. And then, especially with those last hearings, to see, that everything she's trying to get, all the rulings are going against her, and she knows that it's stacked, it's a fix. It's stacked against her. There's no way that it's going to be allowed to work for her client.
Yeah, I agree with that. They knew they were going nowhere. And I think maybe she thought that she was going to try to bring things forth and see how it would go down if they were able to get the continuance, if they were able to pull the alternate perpetrators. But I think she kind of knew the whole time there was no chance. And that's when I think she just kind of gave up. Not gave up, but decided it's just we're gonna have to go this route and move along and do something different. That's just how I see it.
Yeah, the judge was just running interference.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. Let's see a little bit more of this here real quick, guys. And again, whatever comes forth, we'll discuss again. Like I said, I love these discussions because it brings the ideals back. That's why I wanted to go back to these, because these are from the very beginning. And as we see these, how they were then, as compared to what we know now, the facts that are put out now, it's interesting.
Frankie Beer, the Daily Evergreen. I guess the Moscow PD press release mentioned looking into hundreds of pieces of information about Kaylee's potential stalker. I was wondering what led you to believe she did have a stalker possibly, and why those pieces of information haven't come up with conclusive results.
I'm actually going to let Captain Lanier answer this question. Okay.
Thank you, Chief. We obtained information through some of our interviews that Kaylee had made some comments about a stalker, so that's where that came from. We have followed up looking at specific time frames in specific areas of town. So far, we have not been able to corroborate it, but we're not done looking into that piece of information. Thank you.
So, and that they were then going with the stalker theory, and they won't let it go even to this day. I know it's a little low, you guys. I have it turned up all the way still. Let me double check it to make sure. Maybe it changed with the video, but I think it's up. Yeah, it's all the way up. I don't know why this was so low, but I'm still trying to figure out, and I can't quite put my finger on the national security angle. Yeah, I agree with that too. That's all something I've always questioned. The Homeland Security, national security thing is a big question for me, but I don't know if it had something to do with the two alternate investigations that were going on per se, or something else. I don't know. I don't know what that was, but it's interesting. It is interesting.
Dan Springer, Fox News. If I can get Captain Lanier. Sir, why not tell the public who the target was? You've said that this was a targeted attack. Why not tell the public who was targeted? If it was multiple people, it would go a long ways to telling the public what you're looking for.
What a great question. And
Yes.
watch Fry's face when he asked this question, you guys. Watch this.
Sir, why not tell the public who the target was? You've said that this was a targeted attack. Why not tell the public who was targeted? If it was multiple people, it would go a long ways to telling the public what you're looking for and who you're looking for, the type of person you're looking for. Why not do that to alleviate some of the fears out there in the community?
Well, first and foremost, we have the integrity of the investigation to preserve.
No, not with that you don't. I'm sorry. I just don't believe that. They do kind of look like brothers, don't they, Stevie? Like, is that a look you have to be an officer in MPD? Just saying. It's crazy. Yeah, just trust us. That was their famous saying.
And we feel like that information is integral to us and how we conduct our investigation. Releasing that to the public may or may not flood us with a lot of information that's not relevant or specific to what we're looking at.
Don't you
So
want more information from the public?
we do want more information, but we don't want to put our investigation in jeopardy by releasing what we have.
This is classic MPD. This is the exact same thing that they just
Just
you're
fall
killing
back
me.
on that. Yeah, they just fall back on that same old tired, trite talking point.
Yes.
Integrity.
You're killing me, Stevie. Yes. Integrity. They're all Payne's the junior version. He just hasn't got the white beard yet. Right. That's too funny, dude. You're killing me. Anyway, but yeah, it's the classic. That's the same thing they just did with the kid that was jumped and beat up. Okay. They want the public to stay out of the investigation and mind their business. And 3 letters later, they say, well, we really like the public's help in solving this. If you have any, what the fuck are you saying? Make up your mind. This is what they do. And it's ridiculous, guys. It's a confusion game, and I'm sick of it. Damn it, Stevie, I can't get past this now. It's in my head, and I'm trying to not think about it. Now I'm envisioning little Payne with it, God damn it. Anyway, on we go. But yeah, very, very classic MPD. That's what they got their go-to for everything. It's gonna hurt the investigation. We can't talk about that because it's gonna break the integrity of the case. It's crazy. Yes, we only want the public to send us 13 Elantras and bald police officers. Thank you. Good point. We know it wasn't a dream. We know what she saw was real because investigators saw the scene, and the next day, did investigators see a figure clad in black with at least one bushy brow? I mean, this is so ridiculous, the things that were put out with this. Yes, they are the clones. I'm dying.
There's always a balance between what you're willing to release versus what you're trying to gather. We told the public very clearly from the beginning that we're looking for a knife. We've told the public very clearly.
No, you didn't say that very clearly from the beginning. In the very beginning, you said, I can't stop laughing. I'm sorry. I'm being serious, you guys, with that statement. I just keep visualizing this thing in my head of these two, like, wearing Hawaiian shirts together, going to the club or something. It's just too funny to me. But anyway, they said a sharp-edged weapon is what they said in the beginning. There was no knife talk until this, I think, the statement that was put out was about a sharp-edged weapon, and then he says a knife in the last one. So yeah, you didn't tell anything clearly. I'm sorry.
from the beginning that we believe it was a targeted attack. I mean, to be honest, you're going to have to trust us on that at this point, because we're not going to release why we think that.
So they think it was a targeted attack, but once Brian took the plea and took sentencing, right after that, they interviewed Thompson and the two lead detectives. And the statement was the house was targeted. Okay. The house was targeted and they don't know why. And then Thompson says, well, Brian very well could have just decided to do this right before he did it, as if there was no premeditation. What in the actual hell are you talking about? Based on this to that. Do you guys see my issue with this? It wasn't that funny. That's why I was laughing so much, Steve, because I can't get it out of my damn head. And it came to my mind. I'm a visual person. I see things automatically. That's the first thing I thought. So that's why I started laughing, Stevie.
And guys, Brian Koberger can't even lie about not wearing his seatbelt. He's honest about that too.
Right. He's right. Yeah. Take that into effect. But then Hitler's got to say, well, why should we believe anything he said? Well, you believed in him enough when he sat down and agreed to the charges you tried to charge him with. You believe that. You believe when he said he wasn't wearing a seatbelt because he had no reason to lie. But you don't want to believe anything else the man's going to tell you. So that's why you didn't have him top. You're full of shit.
We're supposed to believe the ones that have been lying to us this entire time?
Yeah, right. That's absolute bullshit statement. I'm sorry. You don't want him to tell us anything because he can't. He wasn't there. And if he does know something, that's what he's going to tell us. And it has nothing to do with him. That's ridiculous. No problem, me, because I'm still laughing in my head. You guys are lucky I'm not blowing up right now because I can't get it out of my mind now. Now it even with a little picture, a little pain, you know, still with the dark hair, with the younger version, with the Hawaiian shirt on it. It's killing me, you guys. Sorry. So yeah, that 100% right there, you guys, 100%, and that's insane to me. Just trust us. You'll just have to trust us. No, I don't, and I won't. Because you haven't given anybody a reason to trust you. I'm sorry.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting. I see that the FBI set up a special web page just to collect digital information. I'm also curious if any of the investigators can speak to this. Curious if the Wi-Fi hotspot has been tapped at all. It's possible if the suspect had their phone on them, it may have pinged off the Wi-Fi in the residence. Has that been checked on at all?
Well, maybe not, but you just gave him a good idea for a narrative. Where did we go from there? We know that.
As I stated, our investigation is looking at every avenue of every piece of evidence that we can. The FBI has given us a website for any downloads of video or anything. So we ask people, if you have any of that, to send it to us, please.
And then we get a statement from Steve Gonsalves where he comes out and says, well, and he made it sound like a factual statement, folks, like he knew for a fact that Brian's phone touched the Wi-Fi. Remember that? He clearly says that not too long after this, okay? And then retracts the statement and says, well, I must have read it wrong. No, you didn't. You were told that by somebody within this group of people, knowing that you were going to put that out. They knew you were going to say that to the world. And ran with it for a period of time, 2 years, until it was finally released that it's not true. And then you're just going to very comfortably say, oh, I just read it wrong. Sorry, guys. It doesn't work that way, folks. Sorry. Interesting. Yes, Fizzy. Yes, agreed. Oh, my God. Stevie, you started it. Probably, Terry.
I have a couple of questions here. One, in many homicide cases, the first hours, the first days are so incredibly crucial. Now that we're moving into a window that's further and further away from the incident, Does that concern you about the ability to arrest a suspect, or do you have information that you simply can't share with us that makes you confident that you're close to solving this?
I'm gonna have the colonel step up and address that, please.
Well, thank you for the question, and I would like to address it a little more globally than specifically, a little more globally here. Yesterday, as time goes on, I mean, we're time past the initial calls for service and the initial crime. However, we also, as time goes on, are able to process the forensics evidence, any forensics evidence that we may have collected, and so that helps us. And we're also able to process the tips that continue to come in, which may help us. And so, while time in
just for instance, for those of you that don't know who Destiny Martin is, 45 of Pullman, Washington, was driving an SUV and had a head-on collision with a semi operated by an Ohio man and is deceased. That is the false reporter that shows up here that they're talking to. That's not really with, I don't want to say she's a false reporter. She's not really working with an agency. She's just independent per se. I guess you can call it that. It's not listed as a reporter with anybody, which is odd to me that even happened. And then she's deceased. That's kind of interesting. I'm just saying. It's sad, but the 31-year-old semi driver suffered critical injuries and was flown to a local hospital. The semi was hauling 3 new jail cells to a county jail. That's ironic. Thank you, Lucy, but that's what happened to her. Okay. After we found out that she wasn't affiliated with anybody, everybody questioned, like, who the hell is she? Why is she asking these questions? But she was independent, from my understanding, doing her own thing, and that's fine. Okay. But why? Okay, I'm not going to call and say that the accident was done on purpose or anything like that, okay? But it's just wild. It's very wild because of the questions she was asking and stuff like that, people said. And pointing out certain other things she pointed out in another article or something she was doing. I'm not 100% sure, but there's the link for it, guys, if you want to check it out. It's quite interesting. It just falls into the bracket of the refrigerator door being left open, the fire that happened in the lab and things like that. I mean, all of these things are crazy to me.
in one respect is not beneficial, and in another respect it is, because it helps provide us with that whole picture of with all of the information that we're gathering, whether it's evidence or tips or any other information that we're gathering. It may help us to provide a clearer picture, and so it may help answer those questions that we're seeking as well.
Hi, Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. I was wondering if there's any evidence that suggests the attacker visited the first floor where the 2 surviving roommates were.
That information will not be released at this time. It's part of our investigation. And as we stated earlier, there's many things that are involved in an investigation that we will release and things we won't.
Good afternoon, Ashley Soriano, Fox News. I have 2 questions. Have you considered the possibility of a murder-suicide? Is that something that you guys are considering right now?
That question has been asked previously, not at a press conference. It's certainly something that we looked at in the early part of the investigation. It is not something that we're looking at this time.
And I know some of the investigators' vehicles and police vehicles are coming in and out of the driveway. Do you think that potentially could disturb any tire marks or other evidence?
Yeah, so the question has been asked about why did the crime scene tape expand, and that's not uncommon. When the first officers arrived, they tried to cordon off what they thought was important. We immediately expanded that when the investigators got there to process the scene. And logically, as this progresses, and you've seen this through our press releases, we have expanded it to several areas of the city and have in fact canvassed entire neighborhoods. So we try very, very hard to uncover every single bit of evidence possible in an area before we move on to the next area. So yes, we've looked at everything that we think we need to look at in and around the crime scene at this point.
Do you believe that cars coming back and forth in the driveway, potentially like tire marks or foot marks, that there could have been?
Well, it's a gravel parking area, so it would be hard to say that.
How are you folks holding up? How are your detectives and officers holding up? And Chief, you mentioned that detectives are prepared to work tomorrow on Thanksgiving. So is the expectation that they will be?
That is correct. We're going to have many detectives and agents working all the way through this incident. Our people are.
You got to wonder why they're ignoring her so badly. You truly got to. I mean, this chick's hand goes up every time, and they've completely ignored her. It's crazy. Yes, Mittens, I agree.
Are dedicated. Our people care about this community. Our people want to ensure the community that we're here to bring safety and we're here to get a resolve on this. So we will continue to push through. We'll give people time off as they need it, and we will continue to take care of them. But we're gonna keep pushing on this until we come to a conclusion.
Chris Mitchell, KLEW. Is there any plans to increase security for the Apple Cup on Friday?
I can't speak to what's going on in the state of Washington. I can only speak to what we're doing here on the campus of the University of Idaho in concert with President Green and his team. We are absolutely, with the Idaho State Police and the Moscow Police Department, we are 100% dedicated to making sure that this continues to be a safe place for students to do what students need to do. And so that's why we have so many uniformed troopers here that aren't necessarily assisting with the investigation, but rather here to help with the campus security. And President Green and his team have been fantastic in helping to strike that balance to make sure that we have law enforcement resources here. So while I can't speak what's going on anywhere else, I can tell you at the University of Idaho, we have a lot of state troopers and a severe increase of state troopers and Moscow police officers here, both on campus as well as throughout the community.
Of course, that goes to Green.
John Bell, ABC News. Are investigators looking at any possible connection to an unsolved double stabbing in the Salem, Oregon area about a year and a half ago? Specifically, 2 people stabbed in their home in the middle of the night. Long knife, no suspect at this point. One died, one survived.
I think we're looking at every avenue, and we have other agencies reaching out to us with other cases and stuff that we are doing follow up on, and we will continue to follow up on those.
Are you aware of that case?
Actually, I had a tip come in on that case, and I forwarded it to our tip line.
Okay, one more question. Can you confirm the bodies have been released to the families or are being so released today?
I believe they have been released to the family, and I know that I believe one of them has already had a funeral.
Okay, so as of November 23rd, he's saying that the bodies were released to the families. Now, we were also told that that's not completely true either. Take it or leave it. Just saying. We were also told, and I don't know if it's true or not, that some of the families didn't even get to see the bodies, that they were sent directly from the autopsy, the medical examiner's office, to the funeral home or the crematorium, and they were cremated. I don't know if this is true, folks. I can't verify that. I've looked in ways to try to find that to verify, but I can't. But again, who knows? And I think that's odd. I think that's odd if the families, I mean, I get that they were in bad shape. At least 2 of them really were. The other 2 supposedly weren't in that bad a shape, and they could have been viewed per se. And I would imagine the families would want to see, you know, their child for the final time in some form or another. I don't know. I have questions about that too.
Destiny Martin with the LCSC Pathfinder. Can you?
Okay, this is the girl that is now deceased. I think, is she the one that was throwing her hand up the whole time? I think she was finally. So this is her. And she says the OCIC Pathfinder, which I looked it up and I couldn't find it. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't looking in the right place.
Lend any insights into the possibility that the murder weapon is linked to the ROTC program? And also you mentioned that the analysis unit is here. Will we be able to hear anything from them about a working profile they possibly have? And on that note, have you guys ruled out the possibility that the killer might be a female?
Now, folks, watch. Did you see his face after she says what she says? Watch his face as he reacts to this. walk up there to answer her. I was just like, what? Wait a minute. He looked like, wait, where'd all that come from? You know, that kind of.
Ruled out the possibility that the killer might be a female.
So we look at every avenue. We're looking at every group of people. Like I said early in our first press conference, we're not going to let any stone go unturned. I believe, can you just clarify your second portion of that question? Oh, the BAU, sorry.
Yes, I would like to know if the BAU has a working profile, because, you know, you look at victimology. Sure. Are you able to tell us who was killed first on the time of death, so that we may understand, like, who was, if it was a targeted attack, it would make the most sense if they killed one of the roommates first, and then maybe the other two, you know, I'm not, sure. This is not speculation, I'm getting off topic. My question is are you guys looking at a working profile? Have they come up with anything new regarding the motive or intentions?
She was killed in a hit and run crash. The link is in the chat to the article. A semi truck driver from Ohio, here where I'm at, hit her head on, and they were both injured really bad. She was killed. So no stone left unturned, but that unidentified male profile mixed with Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves on the sheath. Laugh out loud. Are we going to ignore that for sure? And of course they are, because that, in my opinion, as I've been stating for a long time, has truth in it. There's truth to that right there. That in itself is where the truth is in some point, okay? To this, some part of it. I fully think that.
Of the killer or killers?
Yeah, I do believe she was on TikTok, yes.
The BAU unit is working diligently to do what they do. Will that be provided? I'm sure that may be provided once the conclusion of this case comes together. But they are continuing.
Yes, he absolutely had the deer in headlights look to him. He looked floored. Like the ROTC question, that was brought up, folks. That was brought up a while back. And the female, the could a woman have been involved? Nobody else asked questions like that but her, which is interesting. So do what you got to do with that, folks. I'm just saying. How did there? Yeah, if there's a link Lucy put in the chat, if you can click it, it's right there, and that tells the story about what happened to her. For those of you that are interested.
Taking in information and reading reports and gathering information for that.
Good afternoon, Chief. Amanda Rowley with Crime 2. Seeing some speculation with some of the cars being searched this past week. Wonder if you can squash some of the rumors and that speculation. Is there anything you can share specifically on the white car out front, and then a follow-up for the university?
So I'll have Captain Lanier go ahead and come up with that.
Thank you.
Well, we have looked at a lot of different vehicles. I'm assuming you're referring to the vehicles that were in the parking lot at the time. Yeah, so some of those vehicles belonged to the victims and some belonged to other people in the house. And so for us, that's part of the crime scene. As I mentioned earlier, the crime scene was expanded out through the parking lot. So we wanted to make sure that we looked at those prior to releasing the crime scene. It was part of the initial investigation that night.
And for the university, is there any additional information at this time that you can offer about the candlelight vigil, maybe what we can expect from that? And then any other information you can provide about that ask of the community to light the night on November 30th?
Thank you for that. I'm going to turn.
And you got to love how they always bring Scott right back in.
This over to Blaine Eccles at this point. He's actually planning the whole event.
Good afternoon. I'm Blaine Eccles, Dean of Students. The vigil is going to be hosted next Wednesday, November 30th at 5 p.m. We have it scheduled for the administration lawn at the moment. We're going to make a final determination on location early next week. just because we're waiting for the weather window to get closer, so we feel comfortable that that's where it will be located. We're anticipating a large turnout of community members as well as university members, students, faculty, and staff at that particular event. And all of the families have been invited to join us if they so wish from that aspect of it. The response has just been absolutely beautiful and overwhelming to the love that has been provided to the institution as well as the family members. The Light the Night event that you're talking about, while I don't have a lot of details on that, is set to coincide at the same time, just so that people that can't be here in person as part of the vigil are going to be able to participate remotely as well. The vigil will be live streamed, and it's safe to say that the Vandal family is going to unite and come together to support the families in the darkest moments of their life, quite frankly.
So I'm going to go ahead and take 2 more questions, okay?
Jordan Smith, KXLY. At this point in time, do investigators know which entrance the suspect used to enter the residence? If this was someone who might have known the door code at the front or maybe used the back door?
Once again, that's part of our investigation. We're not going to release that information this time. Thank you.
You ain't touching that one.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Let me play that back for you guys just real fast here. That's kind of interesting.
So I'm going to go ahead and take 2 more questions, okay?
Jordan Smith, KXLY. At this point in time, do investigators know which entrance the suspect used to enter the residence? If this was someone who might have known the door code at the front or maybe used the back door?
Once again, that's part of our investigation. We're not going to release that information this time. Thank you.
Of course. Come on. Pick one. Pick a good one, Charlie.
Noah Baltimore, News 8. You said this was a targeted event. You won't tell us why they were targeted. What should students do to prevent being targeted in the future?
Great question. He said, I ain't talking about that at all.
That's a great question, especially in light of what just happened. If you would have asked us 9 days ago, we would have had probably a different answer. Moscow's always been a very safe community. In light of this, and maybe we should always look at it this
Nothing happens in Moscow. Remember that.
way, vigilance, always traveling in pairs, knowing where you're going, telling someone when you arrive, and just that kind of general awareness. Maybe we should, as a community, have always been doing that. You know, in some ways, this took our innocence. I would tell students that you need to stay with a friend. I know that the university staff is looking at different options to increase some of the safety on campus and providing certain options to students. So, yeah, going forward, there's a lot of things that maybe we wish we would have done before, but we need to start doing now.
So I'm going to go ahead and close, but what we do want to let our community know that we do care. We do want to provide a safe environment. We will continue to work hard, and we'll continue to do everything we can. We want people to be vigilant. We want people to report anything suspicious to us and let us get there and handle it. But we are here to provide that safety. So I want to thank you today for coming, and I appreciate your questions.
So, Daigle, real quick, Angela Palermo asked the question, you know, is there any indication that the killer went down to the first level where the 2 surviving victims
Right.
were? And he said, no. He answered that one, right? Now, it's interesting because
Absolutely.
on the 21st, so that this press conference we were watching there was on the 23rd. On the 21st, Angela Palermo emailed the Moscow Police Department and asked, were the surviving roommates sleeping on the first floor during the attack? And MPD responded, yes, they were on the first floor. Now, keep in mind that Dylan already made her statement. We seen it in the body cam.
Right. Sorry, you guys. Right.
that she went from her room on the second level down to the first floor. So why the deception?
Right. Right.
And why the deliberate lies?
Very good point. And great question.
And we were allowed to believe that until the PCA finally came out.
Yeah. Yeah. Because they did another, actually before the 23rd. I don't know if you guys knew this. I forgot about this, by the way. This was on the 20th. Okay. Hold on. For whatever reason, I was thinking it went from the 16th to the 23rd. This was November 20th, 3 days before that other one. So it went from the 16th to the 20th to the 23rd, and I believe there's another one. And then they just kind of stopped doing them. But, yeah, Tonka's right. The lies began within 72 hours. 100% true. Maybe they thought the unaliver would target someone if they had seen the unaliver in the house. I mean, it could be Mittens, but you got to remember this is not a right side up investigation, for lack of better terms. Wasn't the back door left open? Supposedly the front door was open. And there, at some point, yes, a witness walked by at 8 a.m. and saw the door wide open in the front. And according to them, the back door was left open too. PD says that in the one body cam. So again, both doors are wide open. Well, I guess if you're cleaning a house out and you got to get rid of the chemical smell, maybe, or something, or whatever, you might want to leave the doors open. But then at some point, everything's closed up. According to Hunter, he had to go over there and hit the code to get in. So what's true, what's not? You know what I mean? Obviously, an eyewitness saying that they saw the door wide open, you either believe me or you don't. But why would they make that up? That's all I'm saying. So, were you going to say something, Eddie? I'm sorry if I interrupted.
No, I'm just going to hop down and watch the rest of this in chat. And thanks again for having me up.
Yep, we'll be talking again soon, hopefully. Thank you for being here. All right, so let me see something here. Okay. Give me one quick second, you guys. Interesting. So I guess Mama Bear just sent me an update on something that is kind of interesting. It kind of goes away from where we're at, which is fine because we've been back and forth on this stuff for a couple years now. So I don't know. I don't know if anybody's interested in this, but it kind of seems interesting to me. Maybe to close out with. Let me see. It's not very long. And they're talking about certain things here. So I guess, of course, Brian Hinton put it out, which we all know is the be-all, end-all in the beginning of this for bullshit. So we can call bullshit and react to it in that aspect. But I'm curious if there's any truth in this at all. It says prison officials in Idaho are closing in on the person who leaked the video of Brian behind bars. Blah, blah, blah. An update in the prison investigation plus new surveillance video, blah, 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 blah. Investigation into the person. So I'm curious about that. And they do an interview with Kevin Fixler, who I like his interviews and his thoughts on some of these things. So I guess we can check this out real quick and see what it means, if anything, if it puts any information in our heads that if we can get past Frodo and the irritant that he is, maybe there'll be some truth to some of these things. Who knows? But I'm curious. Right. Yeah. Good point. Good point, Stevie. So let's see what he's saying here real quick, you guys. And then I said that'll probably do it for the night. And we'll get back to some of this stuff tomorrow, of course. I still want to cover this photo dump that ISP dropped. The conversation I thought was more important tonight. And there's other body cams and stuff like that. And the interviews are going to keep dropping, so we will definitely be following those. I think we may be on the same page in our theory on how this went down. Just a feeling that I have from some, probably Yvonne. I think there's some things you've said that I've followed too that made me feel interesting. No, from what I understand, Annie, that we were told at least, and who knows what truth is what truth, but that the Papa Rogers was an Asian woman that lived in a completely different state. So I don't know how true that is. We'll see. So. That is funny though. Very funny.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my channel. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. Some new developments with the Brian Kohberger case. I've been trying to stay on top of things as they come out. First of all, remember the video taken inside the prison that showed Brian Kohberger in prison. In my entire reporting career, I have never seen a video like this leaked from a prison. And I've got a pretty significant update now on the investigation to find the leaker in the prison. How did that video get out of the prison in Idaho? An update on that. Also, new surveillance video that shows Brian Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra well before the murders, driving around the house where the murders happened and other places in the area. You know, we knew that the DNA on the knife sheath was big for connecting Kohberger to the murders. We knew that the cell phone data was big, but there is all of this surveillance video that shows him around the house. And this was just released. I'm going to go through all of the new.
So does anybody else see how convenient it is that this video was just released after we made a big deal about the fact that the car circling the house in that area that night belonged to the law enforcement officers? Does anybody see how ironic it is that now this is released after that's all been made a big deal about? Think about that for a minute, you guys. We all figured out that it was Rosie and Tesdale driving around the buildings that night. We make a big deal about it. We talk about it, and now all of a sudden this comes out. You got to tell me that that's not irony, guys. It's so stupid, ridiculous. Care Bears in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us tonight. Yeah, there's multiple vehicles. I agree, Tonka, as you'll see. That's what I've been told too, Lucy. Yes. Pretty typical. So let's see what this says.
Video, plus an update on when more records in the case could be released. I'm getting into all these new developments in this episode of Brian Ensign Investigates. Hey guys, so I'm going to get to the update on the investigation in the prison with the leaked Brian Kohberger video in a second. I have Kevin Fixler from the Idaho Statesman, awesome journalist, also my buddy. He's going to join us here in a couple of minutes.
Why does he do all his shows in weird places, like inside of a parking garage? He does strange places, guys. I see him all over the place doing these shows, and every place he does it is a very weird place. Just saying.
It's because he has really been digging into that, among some other things that some other scoops that he has from Idaho. But first, I want to show you this new video that was obtained by the Idaho Statesman. This is surveillance video from a number of different cameras, surveillance cameras, ring cameras, that was all part of the investigation that would have come out at the trial had there been a trial. Now that there's no trial for Brian Kohberger, they're slowly releasing some of this stuff. So it's just kind of creepy, honestly. You can see Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra from different ring cameras in the neighborhood around the murder house. This is Indian Hills Drive. Some of you just see it kind of in the distance. Others, it's quite close up, like this shot here from an apartment complex. You see it in the distance. This shot we're familiar with. This is the shot from the neighbor's house, which we've seen before. But what I didn't realize, I mean, I did realize, but I guess just seeing it again now that they've released more of the video is just how many times Koberger scoped out the house. And you can see him sort of creeping by. Again, this video is from right next to the murder house, 1122 King Road. And you can see him just sort of scooting by. This is when he was just scoping.
Yeah, Heather's right. Different vehicles, folks. Sorry. Different vehicles.
Things out 3:30 a.m. So well ahead of when he went back and killed the kids. This is another shot. This is Linda Lane, which is right in the area. You can see the lights from the Hyundai in the distance there. 3:33. He leaves again. This is another shot here. 3:35 in the neighborhood. You see him go by. 3:38. He look up there in the distance behind the houses. You can see the Elantra go by, and then comes back around and back up to the house again. Another shot here. Like again, some of them are not as clear.
I agree with you, Tonka. And I said, if that's the case, Molly being there and being seen by Rosie or Tesdale or whoever it was makes me wonder, who did Molly bring with her? The people he saw walking towards the house at that time that he didn't question because they weren't holding anything illegal, makes me wonder, did she bring a car full of people there? And okay, that's all I'm telling you. That is another belief I have at this point too. That's all I'm saying.
And then you see him leaving again at 3:40. And remember, I'm going to show you again in a second when he left in such a hurry after the murders. Compare that to these earlier drive-bys where he's just kind of going slow. And then you see him again in the distance back there behind the houses driving by. It's amazing. I had, obviously, I spent a lot of time in Moscow, and I went to a lot of these houses trying to get this video. And many people were like, no, the police told me not to release it, because a lot of people in the neighborhood had Ring cameras, which it's interesting for me now to see all this video that I was trying to get for so long.
No, the police told me not to release it. Okay.
So 3:50, 3:52, you see him leaving again. Again, just kind of like leaving at a normal rate of speed. And then 3:58, he leaves again. So he keeps going by again and again and again. Again, all of this would have come out at the trial, and they would have shown the jury this, like, why was he going by the house again and again and again leading up to the murders? And then the last time he leaves, you see him leave, which was the video we've seen before. You see him leave in like a hurry and basically almost like lose control making the turn because he's in such a hurry to get out of there. That's obviously after the murders. There's also some video of him on his drive back to Pullman, kind of on some other roads. Let's see, there's a video of him going by a gas station, a couple of other businesses in the area. And then there's this new video, and this is just like super weird. This is after the murders. So after the murders, he goes to Costco. And
it's so super weird and creepy, isn't it, that he went to Costco, folks? For Christ's sakes. Jesus.
Strange looking at this, thinking that this guy just killed 4 innocent kids, and is just sort of like walking around Costco with his coffee, like,
Okay, idiot. That's a bottle of water, not coffee.
like just any other person. So super weird to think about that. And then he also goes to the grocery store where you can see the Elantra driving through at the grocery store, and he parks, and then he's walking around the grocery store. All of this is after the murders, which again, just weird to think that this guy is just like walking around. And I'm going to ask Kevin here in a second. This is all in the area near where the rivers converge, which a big theory is that he was there the next day getting rid of the knife, and then doing his shopping apparently at Costco and at the grocery store. So this is some of the new video to come out. Let me bring in, I'm going to get in the car and get Kevin Fixler from the Idaho Statesman on, and we can kind of discuss some of this and some of the new information that he's uncovered.
Well, it's not, honestly, Annie, I don't think it's too weird, because if you don't know, if you've never been there before, this is kind of new to him, being out alone and all this kind of stuff, in my opinion. You wouldn't know. My son was talking about going to Sam's Club and didn't realize he had to have a membership there to get in. And we had to tell him, you have to get a membership to go to that store. So he's like, oh, okay. So I don't think it's too weird, but I get it. I don't know, Busy. It could be, we don't have a Costco here, but we have a Sam's Club. Well, we do have a Costco that moved in, it's up in Cuyahoga. So I don't know. It's very weird. Who knows? Now, Albrightsville is a way different type of area too, by the way. Willie even clarified that.
Kevin, good to see you. And he's been digging into a lot of the topics I was just talking about, so I'm going to get the new details from him. But he actually happens to be in Moscow, Idaho right now. I haven't been back to Moscow really since they moved everything to Boise. I started going to Boise for all the hearings. Like, what's it like in Moscow now?
Yeah, like you, I haven't visited Moscow in more than a year, and it's kind of random that I'm even up here, but it's it remains this very quirky college community. The thing that actually attracted me up here this weekend is there's a silent film festival of all things, and it's just a beautiful time of year up here. They call it the Palouse. It's the Pacific Northwest up in the Idaho Panhandle, and just got up here for kind of a casual weekend, and I'm going to meet with some sources while I'm up here too. But that's not till Monday, so I've got a weekend to myself. And I was experiencing the farmers market on the Saturday. It's quite impressive for the size of the community. I mean, it's could be as many as 100 vendors, and I'm looking forward to checking out the memorial dedicated to not only the victims in this case, but other students who have died at the University of Idaho. I haven't had a chance to see that, so. Again, just a nice time to be up here. It's interesting to see how things have changed. I don't know that the community has necessarily, quote unquote, moved on, but I think they have turned the page, particularly with the closure of the case, and even things like the Mad Greek restaurant where Maddie and Xana had worked. That's now closed. There's a new breakfast restaurant. It's actually called Bad Bitch, and I'm looking forward to trying it tomorrow. But yeah, it's interesting to see it, and not necessarily through the eyes of a journalist, but just as a member of the Idaho community coming out and seeing how things have moved along.
That's actually kind of sad that the Mad Greek is closed. I ate there a couple times when I was there covering the story, and I don't know, it just reminds me of the victims. So, but I guess, whatever, new place popped up. But the memorial is actually really nice. I think you'll like it. It's really cool.
I'm curious why they closed. Why did they close, I wonder? Were they doing that bad, or? Huh. Interesting.
Well, I think it was designed by students, and it's really well done. And you can actually write and leave messages there, and it's in a really nice spot on the campus. So I think you'll enjoy going to it. But I wanted to ask you, since you, through a records request, were able to obtain the videos, the surveillance videos that show Brian Kohberger driving around in his Hyundai before and after the murders. What stood out to you?
Good point. Probably, Ken. You're probably right, bro.
Most there.
I'm not sure we learned anything particularly new from the videos. We knew they existed. We knew that there was a significant effort by investigators to canvass the community, both homes in the King Road neighborhood and also businesses along the route that they believed he took from Pullman and then back, kind of the back roads, which I think you and I have both driven to understand all that. But of course, kind of, I don't know, the hot ticket item is maybe that we have security footage of him inside the Albertsons in Clarkston the next same morning, but or afternoon the next part of the day. So,
well, that's the shirt. It looks like the same shirt that he did the infamous thumbs up picture in. Look at his hands, folks. There's no marks on his hands. There's no marks on his face. Here, let's back that up again. You can look at
the hot ticket item is maybe that we have security footage of him inside the Albertsons in Clarkston the next same morning, but or after.
No marks on his face. No marks on his hands. He's not wearing any gloves. Good point, Lucy and Witchy.
Afternoon, the next part of the day. So we can see a white Hyundai Elantra. Nobody's questioning that he owned one. So let's at least start there. And he parks in the parking lot and goes about his business. And it's pretty casual. Enters first the car.
He doesn't look unnerved. He doesn't look weirded out. This is at 12:46. He doesn't look upset, tired, nothing. He looks perfectly fine. He doesn't look like a guy that killed 4 people 12 hours ago, okay? Or 8 hours ago, whatever the hell it is. Just saying.
Costco, and it's clearly him, and gets denied access, it appears, because he didn't have his membership card, or maybe he didn't have a membership and understand that. I don't know. But kind of a quick little pit stop there, and down some water and exits, and then tries to go to a drive-through coffee shop, and they're closed. So then he goes, and what we learned later was he just bought like a Frappuccino type drink. That was it from the Albertsons, and just goes about his day. So I think what's interesting about the Clarkston visit, and people will have to take a peek at it on the map, but it's, the Lewiston Clarkston area. There's a confluence of 2 rivers. Bill Thompson spoke about that at the plea hearing, and alluded to the fact that they might have beliefs that he had ditched the knife, which they never found the murder weapon, of course. But in speaking with Lieutenant Darren Gilbertson of Idaho State Police, he told me he doesn't know why they went there, or why he went there. And it could be as simple as he had anxiety about what he had done and needed to go blow off some steam and take a drive. I mean, they just really don't know. So it's interesting to just see, I guess, his body language and his person in that aspect. And then I think the amount of time he passed through the neighborhood and all of that. And, we can see how it was stitched together by law enforcement, and also understand the difficulties of trying to match up the timeline and figure out what kind of vehicle it was. And even online, there's a lot of fodder about, well, the headlight doesn't match there. We're not sure about if it's the exact same car. And I'm sure the FBI analysts did all of that. They timed things. They even had to explore the idea that some of the times weren't exact, and to match up, they could see a truck going one way and understand that, well, that's the same truck as it is there. So that's clearly the same vehicle, and all of that. So I think we can see the massive effort that police went in the neighborhood very quickly. And then, the first videos in Pullman as we start to see his car head back. But I don't know that we learned a whole lot new, but it's interesting to actually just see it.
I think what I thought about was, the DNA on the knife sheath was obviously like the smoking gun evidence, and then there was the cell phone data, and in a way, the surveillance video kind of just got like buried beneath that. And when you see the video that you obtained of,
Oh no! God forbid that, cat lady. He couldn't just be bored on a Sunday with nothing to do, not a whole lot of friends around, and just want to go do something. God forbid.
the car going around over and over again leading up to the murders and on those streets around, it just made me think about, even if they didn't have the DNA, or even if they didn't have the cell phone data, I mean, that surveillance video is pretty damning. Like, why would he have been there driving around? I don't know, for the people who are like, well, it's
Not really.
And the other thing that's interesting about the video in the Costco is I've seen, and there's always going to be these crazy people, but the people who still think Kohberger is innocent despite him admitting to the crime, but they're like, this just shows he was so calm and normal in the Costco. This isn't a man who just committed, I don't know if you've seen those kinds of comments, just committed a bunch of murders. But it's like, I think people are like, he admitted to the crimes, and his DNA, but you've still got those people out there sort of saying those things.
Could somebody tell me why it's so hard for anybody to believe that this happens every single day? That people admit to charges every single day? These people act like it doesn't ever happen. That means he had to do it because he did that. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, and so many people do it. It's insane. I'm almost done, Tomboy. Don't worry.
Certainly, I see those comments, and I think they've even embraced the terminology that they are pro burgers, and that a man who has autism is more likely to cop to a crime he didn't commit. And I mean, in the deal, Koberger accepted no chance of parole and also maximum sentences, which are consecutive life terms plus 10 for the felony burglary count, and then no ability to appeal ever. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what people want in terms of connecting him to it and fully believing. And yes, people are, look, the headlight there or the reflector on the front, or we can't tell if it doesn't have a front license plate. I mean, I hear all this stuff, and yeah, I mean, it's a lot of noise. I mean, in the end, I mean, he admitted to the crime. Do we want to debate whether or not it's actually his car? We're not questioning whether or not it was him in Clarkston, so let's start there. It's him. I mean, so he owned the vehicle. We're not questioning that. He changed the registration to Washington 5 days later for whatever reasons. It was actually set to expire around the time of his birthday, but I think that was all part of the crime. That was the thought process in getting away with this, of course.
Bingo, Lucy.
On your tracks and saying, no, I have a Washington license plate. But I don't know. I mean, to your point there, the security cam footage from the neighbor's home was particularly important. We don't have much in the way of his path back once the vehicle leaves over the left angle on that road up there. Well, what is it? Wawata or Walenta? I can't remember the street name. But after that, you don't see the car again until Pullman. And somebody asked me online, do we know where he changed and where he dropped the knife and all that? We don't know. And we're never going to know unless he tells us. And I don't know what his motivation would be or if he'll ever speak to the media. But yeah, just another tiny piece to the puzzle. And I agree with you that the security cam footage, particularly from the neighbor's home, which we already had, but that was a key piece of information. And Corporal Brett Payne had also said that at the press conference immediately following sentencing.
What do you know new about this leak of the video, the surveillance video from inside the Idaho prison where we see Koberger in prison? Because I've said it before, I mean, regardless of what you think of Koberger, I mean, that is a massive violation in all the crimes that I've covered. And I've talked to inmates on the phone and gotten scoops from inside prison from inmates, or maybe even talking to a jailer. But I have never seen video from an interior prison surveillance camera leaked like that. What's new on that front? Are they going to figure out who did that?
Good question. They haven't yet. I'll answer the second part here in a second, but I think the key piece of information first is that the Idaho Department of Correction did finally confirm that it is authentic video. And so it was from his intake period, and people are like, oh my God, look at the size of his cell. And, they're treating him like a king and all this different stuff. It's the cell that when they transfer people in. So he had just left the jail in Ada County, which is in Boise. And that was after sentencing and in a matter of hours, which was quicker than we anticipated. He gets shipped over to the prison, which is south of Boise. It's in a place called Kuna. I hear a lot of people say Kuna, like tuna, but it is Kuna, and it's Kuna. And he got transferred over there, and that was the initial, I think it's considered a medical cell. And that was his entry point, and he was there about 6 nights, and then they moved him to essentially solitary confinement that's actually with the death row prisoners. It's the same area. So yeah, it's authentic. It's real. The video, that if people will recall or want to look it up on Reddit, it's a video of a video. So somebody took it with their cell phone, it appears. They, officially speaking, they have not figured out who leaked it. But what I will tell you is I'm hearing that they have narrowed it down among corrections staff. And this isn't even in my story just because I got it after the fact. But they have a pretty good idea of who likely did this. Now, whether or not that will lead to a prosecution, I don't know. But that's going to be a determination by the Ada County prosecutor ultimately, if it gets moved along to that level. But I do know that, of course, as you pointed to, it clearly violates policy of the state prison system here. I know that the director, who is fairly new to the job, was very upset about this. And I think if they have an opportunity, they will make an example to really hunker down on this stuff and ensure that whether it's Koberger or some other high-profile prisoner, that something like this never happens again.
Yeah, because when I did the tour of the prison, you know, they were very, you know, proud of their policies and what a well-oiled machine it is, and just the way that the place works, you know. They were happy to show us around and explain all of that. So I was thinking when that came out, I mean, they must have just been very upset and embarrassed, and because that, I mean, that is really serious.
Yeah, agreed. I'm sort of deferring to you. You cover a lot more of these types of things than I do. I'm not by trade a crime or courts or prisons reporter. I do cover a good bit of capital punishment. That's an issue that I've covered pretty closely since I came to Idaho more than 4 years ago now. So that directly corresponds with the area, the J block at that maximum security prison where Kohberger's being kept, but completely unrelated. So I wasn't familiar with whether or not this type of thing gets out, but yeah, it did. And again, the prison system confirmed for me finally when I wrote that story. I think it was almost 2 weeks ago now that it is in fact authentic, and you know the concerns and the need to get out after this and really, as I said, make an example of not allowing this type of thing to happen again, and re-emphasizing their policies internally, which their new director did to prison staff. Like, this ain't going to happen on my watch, kind of thing. An email she sent out to all staff that happened, and they hope to get to the bottom of this. But whether or not we ever hear anything or learn who the individual is, I'm not sure.
And if it had popped up on like TMZ or something, I may have thought like, oh, you know, someone from within sold it to try to make some money. But from what I can tell, it just sort of popped up on TikTok at first and then started making the rounds. So I don't know if it was just like someone who shared it with a friend who then posted it on TikTok, but it'll be interesting to see if they get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, one little thing I'll add is that was interesting was through a public records request, I could tell that I think actually the origin of the prison system finding out about it was that Ann Taylor personally emailed prison leadership, pointing to 2 Reddit links of these short clips and saying, "Hey, I don't know if you're aware of this, but," and she pointed to concerns she had for, I guess most people would think her former client, but she continues to represent him in some minor capacities, and so had reached out to the prison, pointed to these Reddit links, and I think to your point, yeah, I don't know why or how this happened, but uh, whether or not it was the individual themselves who posted to social media and wasn't thinking straight, or maybe they showed their friend who then posted. Yeah, well, we don't know, and unless they prosecute this person and that person is made to answer questions about it, we may not learn.
In terms of more records coming out, because there's been a couple of big document dumps from Idaho State Police. We got like, I think it was almost 1,000 pages, and Moscow Police have released some, and Pullman has released some. But are there a lot more to come out? I mean, where does that process stand?
I'm not expecting anything more from an official capacity from the departments you referenced. I think Pullman did a pretty good job of getting out ahead of it and releasing everything in kind of a tranche. And I think there was a second one from them as well. And then obviously Moscow Police Department, even on the day of sentencing, was locked and loaded, ready to go, and of course dumped a huge trove of police reports, which we were all playing catch up despite what was already a very busy day, both for news and for activity in this case. And then we've seen these repeat dumps by the Idaho State Police, a lot of photographs from inside, outside the home, and then also Kohberger's belongings at his apartment, and also images of his vehicle in, I think it was under FBI ownership at that point, for inspection and so forth. Expecting anything more. I know that the Moscow Police Department will not be posting anything further on their public records site. Anything has to come through the formal public records process, and they're actually where I got the videos of all the surveillance footage from around the neighborhood. So people continue to file, and seeing online posts about the interviews that they did in the immediacy after they discovered the victims' bodies. And so it's the 2 surviving roommates, it's the ex-boyfriend, it's, their faces are blurred, and there's some redactions, but it's the interviews with these people from the interview room in Moscow. So we're seeing some of these things still trickle out, but from a proactive standpoint, the only thing we're actually waiting on still are the sealed records from court. And those are coming out in kind of batches, and that's been a slower process. But Judge Stephen Hippler continues to review sealed records from the entirety of the case dating back to Latah County. And he's offering in these, it's about a dozen or a couple dozen at a time, but these batches. And so Bill Thompson and his team with the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and then also, as I said, Ann Taylor and her team continue to represent Brian Koberger in that capacity. And it's whether or not they want to file any formal opposition to certain sealed documents being unsealed. And then those get posted to the cases of interest page, which is a public landing spot for the Idaho court system. Many viewers are probably familiar with it if they've dove into the records themselves. And so those are coming out, maybe slower than people anticipated. I think I was expecting them to come faster, but it's any document that was sealed over the course of more than 2.5 years of court proceedings. And we're still watching and waiting for some of those things and for that process to move through.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time, unfortunately, on that page and clicking refresh to see if there's anything.
Yeah.
I could refresh it faster than you so that I could I think you were refreshing faster than me most of the
Well, hey, I mean, you got the biggest scoop in the case. So just to remind everybody, Brian Enton was first to report that a plea deal had been struck. First who knew it nationally. So don't give me that. You were ahead of everybody.
But in terms of the and by the way, I thought that when they created this website, Moscow Police, I guess I just thought everything was going to be released all at one time, and it wasn't going to be this slow drip of who requested this and who requested that. And so it's interesting that it has kind of turned into that. But in terms of the Dateline leak, I mean, remember there was all that drama. The judge was really upset. Who is the leaker? Seemed like he was starting his own side investigation, or someone was investigating. Does that all just go? This is a question I've gotten a couple times. Does that all just go away, or are they still trying to figure out who the leaker is?
The latter. No, it doesn't disappear that whomever this person or persons is or was, that they violated a court gag order, or at least suspected of having done so. So yes, that persists, and I did confirm that by Bill Thompson a while back, actually, that special prosecution continues, but both sides, the prosecution and the defense, are walled off from it. And in fact, I think Judge Hippler is too. He invited the defense to file for a special prosecutor and investigation. They ultimately did that, even though that was filed under seal. We could see it on kind of the case summary page, which is attached to that case of interest page. And then through my conversation with Bill Thompson, probably going on, a month or more ago now, he confirmed that, yes, a special prosecutor has been appointed. We don't know who that is, which is intentional. I don't even know if he knows. And if he does, he didn't tell me. And they don't, the thing is, none of that process is public. It's intentionally sealed. And my understanding is that through that process, unless someone is prosecuted, unless formal charges are filed against somebody under probable cause that they violated the court's gag order and leaked things to Dateline, then we're never going to know who it was or how that process plays out. So it's like a lot with this case, it's a matter of patience, and it would be a big deal if someone was prosecuted, obviously, and that comes with some potential financial liabilities for that person, and criminal charges could come beyond the civil scope too. So could be matters of not extensive periods of time, but days, weeks in jail.
Sure do.
They do intend to find who this person was, and I think if we think back to May, when that all took place in court in a preliminary hearing, Judge Hippler was pretty upset about it, and I think he was pretty adamant about making sure that someone was held responsible if they can locate who it is. But yes, that process continues forward, separate completely from Koberger's criminal case, and again, we'll have to have some patience and see if anything comes of it.
What about the process involving the families fighting to have more, to stop the videos and photos from inside the house and the gruesome photos from being released? There was that court hearing that we watched where they made their argument and the city of Moscow made their argument, but where does that stand?
Yeah, so that's still open-ended as well. Megan Marshall, the judge who slid from being a magistrate up here in Latah County into being the district judge that replaced Judge John Judge, She now essentially took
Absolutely,
a
Siggy.
promotion, and she's overseeing that. People remember Megan Marshall. She was in charge of Koberger's arraignment and some of those really early day hearings before he was formally charged, or read his charges anyway. So yeah, she's in the decision-making seat now there, and that hearing, which was brought by the Laramie family, that's the mother and stepfather of Madison Mogen, and then the Chapin family also signed on to that as well. And I think what's interesting about that case, I mean, it's a public records question and kind of a question about what kind of documents should the public get. It's not strictly about the media, just to be clear about that. I think people often think that the media has special treatment or something like that. We might know the process a little better, but this is all about just public records, whether or not someone can file a request to their local agency or government and say, hey, I would like a copy of X or Y or Z. And this was over whether or not any photos or videos from inside the rooms of the home would be granted. And some of that stuff did come out, and that's what led to this lawsuit, a civil suit. So district court judges at the state level will issue rulings within 30 days. And so we're coming up on that, but not yet surpassed it. So I would expect maybe in the next week, we'll see Megan Marshall's ruling. A temporary restraining order remains in place, and that covers all four of the victims because there were two people in each room. So while Ethan's family has filed for this, it would also obviously cover Xana. It was her room. And then also the Laramie on behalf of Madison Mogen filed, and that would also cover Kaylee Gonsalves because she was also in that room. So I don't know how she's going to rule. There are some bigger implications if she rules outright that these types of things cannot be released. It could set a precedent here in Idaho that would be potentially concerning for media. And it's not that we're seeking to block something specific to this case, but it could have implications for the release of the names of people who are deceased in things like fatal car accidents. And, we don't want to see that loss overall. So I think she's spent with this not only interpreting the law in Idaho, but also making sure that it's not far-reaching in scope as far as the precedent it may set.
Yeah, it could have bigger implications. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see when she makes her ruling. Yeah, I think that's really the latest, Kevin. Thank you for hopping on here with me. I hope you enjoy the Silent Film Festival. I have to say that doesn't sound like my cup of tea.
No idea, Lucy.
But I know you're a cultured man and you're into a lot of those types of things. So I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, thanks. It probably says something about Moscow that they have this. It's the third annual, which I've never attended, but there was kind of a quirky film that I wanted to see, and there's a live orchestra playing. So it's not fully silent, but
Okay.
the film itself is. But yeah, it seems like a cool experience, and probably says as much about me as it does Moscow.
That actually sounds a lot more fun now that you said there's a live orchestra. I was envisioning you just sitting there in silence for like.
Yeah, you gotta play your own music with earbuds, so
Yeah.
you make it your own experience. No, it'll be cool, and I think should be well attended. And yeah, it's nice to be up in Moscow and get to see this community, which I feel is fairly refined.
Andrew Myers,
a cool little college town, and people should visit it and understand it for being more than just associated with these murders.
Totally. Yeah, I always enjoyed it. I always enjoyed the restaurants, despite being there for such a sad reason. It is a really great town. So, all right, see you, Kevin. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
so there's that. What a mess.
I want to bring now, though, and we're doing.
What a mess. I forgot about the professor trying to ask if she inspired him. That was crazy. God, what a mess. What a mess. What the hell? I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Oh, I thought that was different there. I thought I seen something new drop, but it's not. My apologies. It could have been. You never know. You never know. Yes, the narrative continues. You're welcome, Pro B. All right, guys, we've been here longer than I thought we were going to be, so I guess I should let you go. It's late. It's 12:19 a.m. I will be back tomorrow. I appreciate you guys' support. Anybody that sent anything via Venmo, Cash App, or any of that, God bless you guys. Truly appreciate that so much. My moderators, thank you for everything you do. Miss Lucy, thank you for all your input. Eddie, thank you for joining me. Thank you guys for the great conversation. As always, amazing stuff. I appreciate you guys so very much. I hope to see you guys tomorrow, or maybe late morning or something like that if possible. We will jump back into what we do. There was a body cam drop from a guy taking pictures of the crowds. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of ISP did a whole photo dump we have to go through yet, and a bunch of other stuff. So we got stuff to do, guys. So bear with me. Just trying to catch up. Thank you, Mittens. I appreciate that very much. And I hope to see you guys in the morning. I hope you have an amazing rest of your night. Hopefully, maybe Eddie will join me too. We can discuss things. Or whoever else would like to join us. I'd love to see you guys. Thank you guys so very much. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, folks. Please, 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 as I always say to you, don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. Don't want to ruin a good thing. I will see you guys very soon. Good night. God bless. Bye-bye.
It's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the true crime